Kevin Smith talks about He-Man. We got a couple of trailers for revival things and some other scattered news this morning on Midnight's Edge in the Morning. Greetings, everybody. Welcome. It's another week here. We're back at it again. I am Tom Connors, and with me, as always, is the boss man, Andre. How you doing?
I'm doing excellent. Thank you. Greetings, Tom, and everyone else in the chat. And we have someone else joining us as well, don't we?
That's right. We have the man who has the cure for all your entertainment needs, the one, the only Script Dr. PhD. He's not an actual doctor.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me today.
You know what's sad is we actually have to add that bit at the end now, or YouTube will go nuts probably.
You should add that. I don't want to give medical advice.
But you probably give better medical advice than most.
Yeah, go see your doctor. That's the best medical advice you can get.
But what if my doctor sucks?
See a different one.
Okay, how did we
get a second opinion?
How did we lose 200 viewers like that? That's weird. Okay, anyway, YouTube and StreamYard are being goofy again already just to start things off this morning. But hey, here's something to start things off this morning that's a good thing. We've got a super sticker from Mr. Eric K. Thank you so much for that.
Eric. And we also got $20 from Dash Attack, who says, oh, thank you so much. I'm really happy with that. And he says, as a newcomer, I'm disappointed that the direction the Kevin series has taken. I've only seen 2 episodes of the OG show, but watching the 2002 series on YouTube in place of this. Kevin Smith should rework part 2 if it's more of the same. I want to enjoy. Alas, it's too late for that. It's too late for any reworking. So they're just we're gonna get.
I mean, he kind of did spoil what was coming up a little bit, but I guess that's kind of part of the conversation we'll get into today. Is it too little, too late?
Yeah, we'll get into that. And in the meantime, there are actually some really, really cool episodes of the original series.
Absolutely,
if you just know what to look for. Like for instance, Evil Seed. That's a good one. If that is not among the 2 that you've already seen, check that one out. That's a great one.
I really liked Teela's Quest because it was just a really heart-touching story.
Well, and that's kind of the prequel episode. Like if anything, and this will get into the conversation later, that Teela's Quest is kind of like the space seed of this to this show's Wrath of Khan, right?
Yes, that's exactly what it is. That's exactly with the ignoring all other comparisons with the Wrath of Khan. Yeah, Teela's Quest.
Actually, there's more comparisons. There's more comparisons than you'd think, Andre.
Yeah, there's even Lord of the Rings comparison in there too.
Well, not just that. Okay, first of all, Ted Biaselli or whatever, one of his favorite movies is Wrath of Khan. So they structured this entire series. It's basically Wrath of Khan and Search for Spock. Kelvington
with a little bit of Star Trek Discovery in there.
Yeah. Well, Kelvington pointed this out last night on Doomcock stream, and I agree with him. It's dead on. If you really look at the structure of it and what we know is coming, it's basically Star Trek 2 and Star Trek 3. That's all it is. You lose Spock and you're going back to get him because we know he's coming back. And like I said, it's okay, guys. Up front, there's probably going to be a ton of spoilers for the He-Man show. If you haven't watched the 5 episodes that have dropped,
and you're interested in it,
yeah, if you're still actually interested in it, then yeah. Well, what sucks is the show isn't all bad, right? It's not even 100% woke because, in fact, it fails the Bechdel test as far as that goes.
Which isn't real anyways, but yeah, I
know, but you know what I'm saying. So it's not even woke by woke standards, right? But Kevin did call the original show woke. That was something I know you wanted to talk a little bit about, Andre. So we'll get into that.
Yeah, that's something I mean, that's complete and total myth. I hate it when filmmakers and stuff say, "Well, this thing was always woke." And it's like, you say the word woke, but I don't think you know what it really means.
Yeah.
So I'm going to do a separate editorial on that.
They're conflating woke with egalitarian.
Or exactly.
Or diversity or humanitarian or humanist. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They're confusing those things. And woke has nothing to do with that. Quite the contrary.
Yeah, no, woke is we'll get into that a little bit more too. But we got a lot to talk about. But we have a few super chats left to go through here. So we're going to grab a couple of those, if you will, Andre. We also got a super sticker from Raj H. I saw as well.
Yes, we got Rog H sent us a super sticker, so thank you so much for that. Going to see what more I can bring up on screen here. We have a few classics that I can't bring up just yet, or that I can't bring up anymore, rather. But what I can bring up is Rob Altis, who says for $5, if you have to lash out at fans, you have failed to entertain. Attacking fans only digs you deeper. Yes, very, very true, which Kevin Smith is about to find out. And Stephen Otten says, Hail, Andre, Tom, Script, Wrenches, and Chat. Listening in from the road. Am I the only one who doesn't want to talk about Masters of the Universe anymore? Well, you're probably not the only one, and we have some other news items a little bit later, but this kind of is the big story right now because there aren't any others.
Right.
Not any real ones, at least. And Ackles Flusy says for $5, Kevin just needs to shut up and stop responding. It's sad to see someone I used to like act like this.
Yeah, and that's why I had the response I did to everything. I mean, like I said, this is a double whammy compared to a lot of other things we've dealt with, right? You know, I don't give a fuck who Rian Johnson is. Didn't know who he was before he directed Star Wars all that much anyway. I saw Looper, but I didn't pay attention to who directed it, right? You know, so I mean, like that kind of a thing, I don't feel the betrayal there from the person so much as the franchise. Here, it's a double whammy because I've been a huge Kevin Smith fan since way back in the beginning, and for him,
this hurt you really badly.
Yeah,
like, I was just a casual fan. Like I like my Dogman stuff, but Jay and Silent Bob Strikes Back, that was also fun. But I was never like a huge fan or anything.
No, I mean,
He-Man, so that's what hurt me.
I mean, I've gone out of my way to see just about every one of his movies in the theater. I think the only one of his movies I haven't seen in the theater since Chasing Amy era would have been, I think Yoga Hosers was the only one I didn't go see.
Yeah, I still have to see that one, actually.
Which it's not, okay, it's not a great film, but it's not made, it's a movie he made for his teenage daughter, and it's clearly made for, like, that YA group, right? Yeah. It's not, like, made for his technical fans. So I can excuse that, but that doesn't excuse the shit that he's been doing lately in his behavior. We'll get into that, though.
Yeah, we will. And then Joe Pat87 says, pleasant reminder that Snake Eyes lost to Old. It not only lost to Shyamalan, but to the lowest opening of his career. That's
pretty low.
Actually, let's take a moment before we move on to talk about that.
Yeah.
Snake Eyes.
Flop.
Gentlemen, how excited were you for Snake Eyes going in?
I was so excited.
It came out this weekend.
I was just going to say, I didn't even realize it was coming out. I thought this movie was a ways away yet. And then all of a sudden it's like dropping. And from the reviews,
the irony is that this is a movie that never changed release date. It was always announced to come at this date, and it never changed.
And honestly, from what I heard from the few people who've seen it, there was some semi-positive reviews, but for the most part, I just heard it feels like a straight-to-video movie that has hardly anything to do with G.I. Joe. What did you think, Script? Did you see it, or do you hear anything?
No, I wasn't going to see it. I mean, I don't want to see the live-action G.I. Joe films because, frankly, they're, at best, a distorted echo of what G.I. Joe was. So I'm not going to waste my time on that.
Yeah, like White Knight says here, Snake Eyes, you mean snake oil, right?
And this is the one that was kind of supposed to start like a cinematic universe or some kind. I don't think they're going to have much luck with that. If this
more like the Mummy again all over.
Yeah. And but wasn't this one supposed to be so super progressive because you have like an Asian playing Snake Eyes this time around because white people can't do martial arts anymore?
Yeah, I guess Ray Parrott was faking it this entire time.
Yeah, he was absolutely faking it because he's the wrong color. Plus, he's been canceled.
Yeah, there's that too. But no, I have zero interest in this. I'm not a huge G.I. Joe fan anyway to begin with, but of all the characters, Snake Eyes is probably one of the cooler ones. And yeah, to me, I'm going to give this just as much attention as I would one of those straight-to-video animated things usually.
I think I would be more interested in those, to be honest.
Yeah, you're probably right, because in that case, they'd probably be closer to the original. But again, unlike MOTU, I'm not a huge G.I. Joe fan, so I'm curious how fans of that felt. So in the chat, let us know. And
yeah, let us know if you are a fan and if you saw the movie, what did you think about it? I'd be genuinely curious to know. Because evidently none of us are huge G.I. Joe fans.
he's a real American hero, though.
Yeah. And so, speaking of American hero, Silver Nova says, all Kevin had to do over the past year was to say nothing. He made things worse for himself. Exactly. That's what I'm saying the whole time. Just, you don't have to respond. So say nothing until you have to.
It's like the Ryan Johnson Award goes to fucking, Kevin Smith and James Mangold this year, evidently. Now we have an annual Ryan Johnson Stupidity Award. I don't know.
Yeah, that should
actually, we should call it the Paul Feig. He was the first, was it? Well, he did well.
No, well, Josh Trank was before him.
That's true.
I mean, and Josh Trank even tweeted a picture of his dog's butthole and said, "This is what I think of the fans."
The Trank Award.
Yeah, it takes a little bit to exceed that one. So yeah.
This year's nominees for the Trank Award are James Mangold and Kevin Smith. There you go.
And your Muslim uncle says, going from little guy to shill isn't an excuse for corporate chilling. # beware the bait and Smith. Oh,
the bait and Smith. I like that. No, but that's the thing. I can stand his shilling. I had no problem with the I get it, right? You work for a fucking cell phone company. Sooner or later, your day comes where you got to stand out on the sidewalk in the fucking cell phone suit and spin the fucking wooden sign around, right? That happens to everybody. Sooner or later, you gotta do something like that for your job or your employer that you normally wouldn't do. But this is something different, right? Like that's what I keep trying to point out to people. This is not Kevin Smith just going out there and shilling for something. This was a clear subversion, and I mean that in the most negative connotation of the word.
Yeah, in the KGB connotation of the new term.
No, I mean, subversion hasn't even changed definition. It means to demoralize, to remove, to make impotent. It's like that's what subversion is. That's why it's never a good term to use in writing when it comes to plot structure or character turns. It's antithetical to what you want.
Yeah, that's what I love, Script, and I was hoping you would say that because you've always put that best. Is to subvert your audience is not a good thing.
No,
you want to surprise your audience. You want to.
You can do a bait and switch to your audience and still be rewarding to them. But the thing is, and that's probably the best way you can do that type of term is like, oh, I'm going to lead you down this road, but I'm going to do a switch, and you're going to like the switch better than what I was leading to. That's a hard to predict, and it's a great strategy to try and have. I don't think it works all the time. A lot of people who watch He-Man seems to agree with that in this regard, and I don't blame them for it because it's definitely there's definitely a distraction. But I will also have to remind that there's still 5 episodes left, and the structure so far, this miniseries or whatever this Netflix thing is clearly a 3-hour movie that has been broken up into 10-20 minute sections. And what we just saw was the mid-act turning point, the lowest point for all the heroes, the so-called the opportunity to make a choice or a change. Maybe a controversial idea, but for some strange reason, I'm getting the impression that Teela is going to regret the last so many years of her life in the following 5 episodes and be humiliated or become humble with what has happened. It just feels like that's the structure that they're leading up because they are doing a lot to try and make us not like Teela.
I have a question about that, if you don't mind, because I have to say that Teela, as she was presented in this series, is one of the least likable characters I have ever seen anywhere. I mean, she's a right total bitch. I mean, to begin with, like when Adam dies and his parents learn that not only he's dead, he was He-Man, his father, it's anger and everything. She's like, Why didn't you tell me? I feel so betrayed. I'm angry. Fuck you all. I was like,
she's indignant.
dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's complete. Like, there's 4 people that knew this. No one else. Like, the father and the mother, they didn't know. The mother knew, but she wasn't supposed to know. She figured it out on her own, and no one told her. So she's in pretty freaking good company where not knowing is concerned.
Mm-hmm.
And she just betrays everything and burns to the kingdom on the way out the door. And then later, when she learns that, okay, you know what? If we are not able to fix this magic stuff here, the entire universe is going to end. And she's like, "Well, screw
what about
that
my
shit.
fucking
I don't
feelings?
care. Yeah, what about my feelings?
Yeah,
I don't care about the universe."
Vindicate my feelings.
Those are absolutely those are terrible choices to achieve the result that you want with the show. And actually, I just recently went in through this to with another friend of mine who was doing a writing scene. We were pitching this ideas, and he had this really great result, but the setup wasn't quite right because the setup would have completely defeated the motivation of the character. And so, like, I just negotiated, said, "Yeah, I love that tail end, but the character wouldn't say this stuff because it would ruin all their plans." But if we go back 2 steps further and he says this thing, it still gives you that same result. And when I was looking at the Teela scene where she finds out that He-Man and Adam are the same, and it confronts the king and Man-at-Arms and all that stuff, I was thinking, like, well, if we wanted to stay true to Teela's character, she could be angry, but she'd also have this regret. She'd be regretful for teasing Adam for always being a coward and running away. She'd be regretful that because she didn't know, she never was able to be fully encouraging of him or help him further his secret identity. She could also regret the fact that if she knew Adam and He-Man were the same one, she probably would have been able to come to terms with the fact that maybe she loved him or something, and now she can't do that, and that would make her grief-stricken.
Lesbian instead.
Yeah, well, that would just make her grief-stricken and have her, kind of like, just, I can't handle this anymore. I'm of no use to you, because grief can paralyze a person.
Well,
and I would say that still gives you the same result where she can leave Eternia, but she's not doing it for selfish, I've been betrayed reasons. She's doing it because of regret. And because here's the other part too. Man-at-Arms could have said, even if you knew, what would that change?
Right.
Given the situation now. And that's where she could have her monologues like, well, I never got to tell him I loved him. I never got to tell him I would have stopped teasing him for being a coward. I could have been, a better friend and supporter. There's all these things that a lot of choices and things that she could have done with that relationship would have been different. She would have just like, I would never have insulted Adam behind his back to the king, and furthered the that part. I would have been more like what you were doing, Dad, like to Man-at-Arms. But now she can't do that, and that would be a far better way to get her to the point where she's like, I can't be attorney. I got to just go on my own for a bit. And the other part too that was kind of interesting was the running fact that she spoke of Adam and He-Man a lot, and I think they're trying to set up that she was in love with him, and now she can't do anything about it. Now she's just become bitter and angry.
Well, and that's what I was gonna say is, look, I get where you're coming from, script. Like, you could make the argument that they're trying to make her unlikable for a reason, but I don't think that's the case. See,
but are they trying though? That's my question.
That's what I was just gonna say. I think this is they think they're doing the right thing by the character, and I'm going by a lot of what I've heard, and we kind of have an idea where this is going. And look, Kevin, could have done this in a way, and kind of going off of what you're just saying, script, is there's a way you could have told this story very similarly without having Teela and Man-at-Arms and King Randor and all those characters come off completely wrong, right? Basically, it goes down. Sure, the King Randor has a blow up, but he's not going to do that in front of his court. He's going to take Man-at-Arms in private, and he's going to be like, I trusted you. You were my closest friend and confidant. Because what point does it make at that point to even fire Man-at-Arms? He just retired, right? So the most that King Randor can do now is basically say, I thought you were not only my Man-at-Arms, you were my friend, and you kept this from me. How could you? And they would have a man-to-man, heart-to-heart there, and would have the king come to terms with that. But he could also have that point where he's like, look, Duncan, this is something that cannot pass. You must be banished from the kingdom. And at that point, Teela would find out, and they would have their little heart-to-heart, and that's where, like you just said, Man-at-Arms would explain to her, what difference would it really make, Teela, if you knew? And at that point, that's where Teela has to make the choice of, I'm loyal and I'm the new Man-at-Arms no matter what, even if Duncan's banished from the from the Eternia or from the kingdom, I still need to do my duty, right? Well, then that's where you also introduce the idea that she's supposed to be the next sorceress, and that's what's going to save everything. But she's resistant to that because she has this duty to being that. And you have not only that mixed with the whole loss of Adam, and you could have done something great with this and still kept. That's my problem. Is it's not the character. It's not Tila.
Coulda, woulda, shoulda. But what I
want and all that aside,
did they not know? Did they not realize that you're really writing a tremendous bitch here? Was that deliberate, or did they not understand?
I don't think they did. I don't think that's the point
I don't know. Because part of me, because here's the other thing too. So even in Smith's writing, which is I would say is okay, not fantastic, but okay, he will introduce a character who will be wrong for a majority of the film, and then they'll have that quote unquote revelation and realize that they've been wrong the entire time. He's done that with Banky a couple of times in his films. He did that with his very first character with Dante, who he's hung up on his ex-girlfriend, and he's wrong. Everything he's doing is wrong. And it's not until the very end when he realizes, like, once he loses his actual girlfriend and then almost gets the other one, that he realizes, I've been wrong this entire time. Like, well, what not just hell? That.
He's already wrote this story. It's called Dogma.
Yeah, there's also that as well.
That's what I said.
The main character is a pain in the ass. And
she's this last scion, and she doesn't want to accept that.
Yeah. And that's the possibility. I mean, this is just a possibility. We're not going to know. Netflix just announced that they have approval picture lock, and they're doing the final touches on the last 5 episodes. We don't know when they're going to be released yet. But yeah, I would say this. It feels like it's being set up for that possibility just on a structured nature, but we won't know for sure until it comes out. I do know that Chris Wood is in all the episodes as a voice actor, and Sarah Michelle Gellar is not. I know that. I think there's one episode she doesn't do any voicing in.
Well, we kind of know where this is going to go. He kind of gave it away. He knows we're going to have one more. He told us we're already going to have one more final confrontation between He-Man and Skelegod.
Yep.
He also told us that part of the first part of when we come back is Adam recovering. So we know he's going to be down and out for a while, right? So yeah, spoilers, he's technically not dead. And I said that was going to be the case anyway. Because here's another thing. He can't really kill anybody. Mattel has a rule I heard about. And so that Orko probably isn't even dead, because somebody was pointing out that Orko was killed in basically their version of hell.
Yeah, Kevin Smith is basically already confirmed that Orko is coming back again, saying that like the last words that he made were similar to the words that Gandalf made, hinting at like Gandalf the White kind of return for Orko. So Orko's coming back.
Well, not only that, Orko succeeded with his spell, without any hitches.
Well, here's the thing, and I'm glad you brought that up, Script, because I was reminded yesterday, and I can't believe I forgot this. And this is why I don't think they understand fundamentally Tila, and why they intended to write her this way and not in the sense you're saying, is because they forgot and didn't even realize that Orko isn't a klutz. He isn't a goof. The reason his fucking powers don't work is because he's in the wrong dimension. He states this several times over, and as far as I know, both versions that we've had previous to this.
There's even he lost his amulet. That too.
That's in the
and he lost his amulet too. Yeah.
In the original, is simply that he is from another dimension called Trolla, and there he is a great magician. It's just a moment when he comes to our dimension, or like the dimension of Eternia, his powers don't work because he's from somewhere else. And also the time when Adam went into Trolla, he couldn't turn into He-Man because everything is backwards there. Like the usual keywords didn't work. He had to change the order. He had to say them backwards in order to trigger the transformation into He-Man. Because everything is just messed up in Trolla.
But that's what threw me off with the speech that Orko gave to Evelyn. It's like that doesn't line up with the rules of
There are many things that don't line up. Another thing that actually really irked me that didn't line up is like when Skeletor was complaining to Andra, like, oh, look at my face. This face has made me a lonely man because no one would have me as a man. Basically, I'm an incel. That's the most out of character thing we have ever heard.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
I mean, we've seen Skeletor in the 2000 series, and he was a very handsome man. And
not only that,
he was tapping evil in the whole freaking time.
Oh, I'm sure. Well, not only that, he would say something more along the lines of, "I once looked like a man. I'd say this is an improvement." Like,
yeah.
That's what he would say.
He doesn't care about his face at this point in his life. He's gotten over that part.
He's beyond that.
The power of the Grayskull.
Exactly. He's way beyond that now. And that's the same thing with Evil
got over that right away.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's the thing is, I mean, granted, there's still half of the show. And I've been led to believe, and I'm not sticking up for Kevin on this, but there's a way he could have handled this better, again, in a different respect. From what I've heard, he didn't know up front that they were chopping this in half. He thought this was all dropping at once. And I'm not defending him, but I can see from his point of view where he could have went out there and basically just said this and only this. Look, guys, I didn't know Netflix was cutting this up right away. And I understand everybody's upset right now. Do me a favor, wait until the second half to see what I had done. You know, he's kind of throwing Netflix under the bus, but it's not bad enough to where he's basically fucking them over.
Oh, he called them, threw them under the bus.
He already
much
did,
worse than that in the town hall.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So, like, at this point, that's all he had to do. That's all he really had to do. And then we just have to sit here and wait for another 2 months or whatever it is, you know. And we could have waited and seen, but I don't think the show's going to be any better. We already know how it's going to end. I mean, come on. He's going to eventually be He-Man again by the next to last episode or the last episode. Teela's going to take up the mantle as the sorceress. She's going to fix all the problems just like Adam said she could. And everything is going to go back to just the way it was before, setting it up for a second season that's just going to be like we picked up like nothing happened. But as I have up here on the screen for a reason, it's more than 25% different LGBT, right? It's more than that. It's the entire show. I don't know if she's
going to know she's the sorceress before I think she's going to find out in the last episode.
That could be too, and that's what I'm thinking. Is that
because Kevin Smith has already said Netflix wants more.
Well, that's what I'm saying. At that very last bit, yeah, that's what I'm saying. As soon as she turns to the sorceress at the end, she's going to reset everything. Orko's going to come back. Everything's going to be like nothing ever happened before all this. And only she's going to be the sorceress now, unless they find some way to have her be both. Because Kevin even admitted in one of his interviews that he didn't even realize that he didn't know that the sorceress couldn't leave Grayskull.
No, he didn't know that she could leave in that form. Yeah.
Well, right, yeah, but that's the thing is he supposedly sit there and said, "Oh, I never watched it." Then he said, "Oh, I watched every episode." Well, which is it, Kevin? And when did you watch these? Because it couldn't have been recently, or you'd remember half the shit we just said. But I think a lot of it has to do with they can't do everything exactly like that because it's got to be 25% different. And it has to, the only thing it can tie into, from what I can tell, is the DC run of comics. And I don't know if Andre wants to add to that, but I know you've been deep in research on this.
Deep dive into the right situation. So we have one heck of a video coming for you very soon here. But yeah, this is something to untangle. I mean, I'm getting like Star Trek flashbacks here.
It
not
sounds
in the cute kind of way.
Well, and it even seems worse than me because, as far as I know, She-Ra's already over there at Universal.
I mean, Star Trek was easy. There, you just had like your old man Redstone screwing up and splitting the corporation. I mean, that was easy compared to this.
No, and I mean, tracing it back, I can see where Mattel did this, but why still is beyond me. But,
I can tell you why. We'll save it. I know exactly why.
Well, I can't wait to hear because I know some of the story, but I don't know all the story. Much like you guys.
If you had the physical conditions for it, you would tear out your hair by the.
Oh, I can't wait to hear. I cannot wait. So yeah, for those who are not totally up to speed, the short version is back in the 90s, Mattel sold the rights to Masters of the Universe to Universal. And
no, they never sold it to Universal. Universal ended up getting them.
Well, yeah, because of the classic media.
Yeah, but that was like 5 different chains down the line.
Yeah. Well, I was trying to do the short version, but yeah, basically they sold it off to some other company, and then a company that I think Hallmark bought it, and then became Classic Media, and then it's a whole fucking convoluted mess of stupidity.
And what it ends up with is 25% different He-Man. That's the end of the line.
And no, that's not the arbitrary number. We're just saying that because that's the magic number that's always around, and it's probably about right. I wouldn't be surprised because if you look at it,
about right. It's probably about right. Yeah.
And this is not even something like the Star Trek thing to where people can say, "Oh, you guys are speculating and shit." No, Kevin has confirmed this shit.
He said that they can't touch the 2. They can't touch the Filmation. They can't touch the 2002.
Yep,
show.
Because they're already over at Classic Media.
Yeah, because they're under different licenses. Because basically, Mattel has a license from DreamWorks to do this series, so it's made under license. Whereas both the 2000 series and the Filmation series are their own separate legal entities. And if they really wanted to, they probably could do those, but they would have to license those as well.
Yeah, they'd have to pay extra.
Matter. They have to pay shitloads extra, but they could do it if they wanted to. But yeah, Silver Nova says that the 2002 series is safe. Unfortunately, it'll never be concluded though, and what they had planning for it, my God, it was excellent. It was beautiful. I want to cry every time I think of what we missed out on, and with the 2000 series being cancelled after the season 2 mid-season finale, because that's where it was cancelled. Only thank God it was after the mid-season finale, so we were left with clues, but it didn't end on an actual cliffhanger. Thank God for that.
Yeah, and you're right, Gutter Jedi. As we've pointed out many times before, Hallmark did destroy not just the master tapes; they got rid of the original prints.
Yeah, everything.
Yeah, they were done on 35 millimeter, from my knowledge, and they tossed.
Which means you could have in principle, you'd never gotten more than Blu-ray, but in principle, you could have gotten pristine 4K versions of He-Man and the Masters of the Universe and She-Ra. In principle, you could have gotten it,
but no, they tossed them for space, and actually no, the quality they are now is not even basically DVD quality, Andre. They are like 480i is what they ended up mastering them in, so they're technically up converted for the DVDs even.
Yeah.
But there's supposedly some versions that are from the UK tapes that are in better quality than the ones I haven't been able to get my hands on them though, so I can't speak to them. But
you mean like the UK DVD is better?
Maybe. I have no idea if somebody did it as a fan or what, but I guess somebody got a hold of some of the broadcast tapes from the UK, and they're supposedly in not the best quality, but they're better quality than the ones we got. So I don't know. That's what I'm hoping for, and that's what I've said to Andre. I'm hoping someday, somewhere, maybe in Japan, maybe in India, someone in somebody's garage, somebody who used to work at a TV station somewhere, just happened to get the 16 millimeter prints, and they just got them sitting in boxes somewhere. But I doubt it. There's so many of them.
Be so lucky,
because chances are when they sent these over to other countries, they probably sent them over in 16 millimeter masters so they could make tapes off of them. And that's the best chance we got for a good quality version out there. Otherwise, I can't believe fans haven't scanned the movie in, because the movie, which is an edited, comprised version of the first 5 episodes of She-Ra.
Oh, you mean Secret of the Swords?
Yeah, see, there's got to be prints of that out there. So I can't believe somebody hasn't scanned that yet.
Yeah, that there should be. There should be multiple copies of it around somewhere.
Yes, so that's got to be out there somewhere, floating around in 35 millimeter prints. There's even got to be a negative of that somewhere still. Hopefully. So. But then again, who knows with Hallmark? Maybe they fucking destroyed that too.
Yeah, so the fucking saboteurs.
I can't believe you, because here's the thing: when they scanned them, they did it way back before DVD was even really, I think, a thing yet. To where, because this would have been what, late 90s when they did this, mid 90s. So they scanned them in at 480i and they tossed them all. That's all
I know they had DVD. I think they used for like the very first.
Well, that was a late 90s, but I'm talking about when Hallmark bought them. I think it was like 94, 95. I don't know. Andre,
that'd be Laserdisc at that point.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They just mastered them digitally, and at that point, that was the best they could do.
They probably mastered them with Laserdisc in mind for like Laserdisc quality. And remember, DVD at its best, when you got to like double layer DVD players and stuff, that was better than Laserdisc.
Well, not just that, compression and all that kind of stuff between the first 5 years of DVD went leaps and bounds. And then they realized to quit putting fucking digital noise reduction on everything and just master everything in HD, and it would look 10 times better. And that didn't happen until the latter part of the DVD. And by the time, like, that's the thing, we don't even know what they did to those original files. They could be like heavily DNR'd and all kinds of other crap. But the plus side of animation is, if you get a good algorithm, you could probably upgrade them to HD, but you're going to chance losing some of the detail. And that's why some of the Disney movies have had problems, and people have been noticing is that some of the processes they use will actually remove lines and shit from the animation. And if they don't notice, they're gone. Like complete lines and all that kind of stuff from, like, you know, outlines of characters and shit have been missing in certain remasters, and they have never fixed them. So there's a good chance, like looking at behind the thing here, you see all that stuff in the you know, in the rocks there. Like if you were to upgrade that with some HD algorithm, chances are you could lose some of that detail because it might not think it's part of the picture. It'll think it's noise.
Yeah, that's basically them not coding for understanding, like, the concept of color corrections, color timing with the blacks, grays, and the
absolutely
like the whole grayscale stuff of light.
Well, yeah, and I'm just saying it as an example, but yeah.
Yeah, but that's probably what they're trying to work on right now. Because don't get me wrong, they're gonna crack that code, and a lot of old cartoon shows and stuff are gonna get up-resed and be pristine and used for those streaming services as soon as they get that. Because
I hope that they're working on that AI to do that kind of up conversion, because frankly, that's the only way to get. Not just that, but even the 2002 series, because the highest
as far as I know,
that's available in is DVD.
But I think those were mastered in HD because they
were mastered in HD. Yeah, that was mastered. So like that was broadcast in 1080i interlaced.
I think so, yeah. Because I think at that point they did already have HD broadcast. Because I remember when I taped it, it was in widescreen and shit like that. Yeah.
Yeah, that in principle you can put out on Blu-ray tomorrow in full high definition, but they never put that out on Blu-ray. Instead, all you have is the out of print DVDs. I don't even know that it's available on streaming anywhere.
No, not that I know of. People say it's on YouTube, but I question the legality of that. Although there is an official He-Man MOTU YouTube page that has classic He-Man and She-Ra on it that is actually official. So
there's actually the one that live streams all the episodes. It's parallel to the G.I. Joe one.
Yeah. But anyway, back on. Let's get some super chats real quick.
Yes, let's get some super chats. Then we're really going to dive into the Kevin Smith Town Hall panel. Which is some amazing stuff. But yeah, before then, I'm going to go back to the very beginning, to the first couple of super chats we had for today. Dark King said for 10 Australian dollars regarding Dune. I'm a long-time fan of the series and believe Andre when he says the script is good. But I checked out when the director race and gender bent Liet Kynes to get the film made. And then he said in a follow-up for another 10 Australian dollars, I feel that he has prostituted his artistic integrity for woke cash. I would rather the film not be made than see any more ground given to the wokes, especially after Masters of the Universe revelation. Get woke, fuck off. Yeah, well, here's the thing though, Darking. It's a matter of, you are right in that he had to satisfy the internal diversity director at Warner, and they probably told him that here's your quota, and either you get to choose, or we'll choose for you. I think that's what happened.
Even the actress thinks that her character should be played by a man, but she's happy to do it, and the script has no real manipulation to explore the fact that Liet Kynes is a woman and not a man. It's completely inconsequential.
I've been kind of looking at it like this, and this is how the best way I can get around some of these things. I try to sit down and ask myself, if we weren't in, the woke era and this kind of a change happened, would it really bother me that much? Would it really affect the story overall? Because this is not like they used to do this kind of stuff all the time. We just didn't really pay that much attention to it, or, draw that much attention to it, because it usually wasn't that big of a deal. Because the one that I can think of most up front, that even though I've never really seen it, that everybody seems to have no issues with, was what was it? What's his face from Battlestar Galactica?
Oh, Starbuck?
Yeah.
Oh no, people had issues with that.
Oh,
they
yeah,
did, but they've come around to it, was my point. And
not a lot.
Oh, really?
Really?
Okay,
Yeah.
well, I thought I was under the impression. I guess that's a bad example. But there's been other times where I've seen race and gender swaps that just didn't really cause that much of a stir. I guess the better example then would be probably Perry White. Like, because you got
Lawrence Fishburne.
Yeah, Lawrence Fishburne, perfect example. That's a better example, I guess, because nobody said shit, and he plays the character well. And not only that, he brings a lot more that you don't have to get into to the character to update him in ways that, like we've had this conversation before, so like I'm not going to get into it, but like
there's also Billy D. Williams as Harvey Dent Two-Face.
That's another great one. I mean, there's time, like that's what I'm saying. Like if it was something that happened in a time before, would it really bother you that much? And again, I think it really boils down to, are they the right person for the role? Now, granted, this may not be the Dune situation may not be the best example of that, but I mean, unless there's a reason, and I know Andre, you said there could be some other reasons why they're doing this to tie it into some other things, but I don't know. To me, it seems so inconsequential to the overall film. It's not like they're changing Paul. Like that's the thing. Like if they're changing Paul or something like that, then I could understand maybe.
And trust me, if the director hadn't agreed to change Liam Kynes, they would have gone straight for Paul.
Or his entire family, yeah.
Yeah. But moving on, we have a couple more super chats here. So right now I'm doing older ones that we can't get up on screen. Hypergiver 2 said for $5. The wife made me watch Revelation, so I made her watch Willy's Wonderland, and she hates Nicolas Cage. Sweet, sweet vengeance. Good movie, by the way. Cool. Skeletor couldn't have done better. And Life Lesson said for $9.99. Thank you so much. Hail, edgelords, keep the home fires of the fandom lit. Thanks for all you do. And thank you for being here watching and supporting us. And then Eric K sent us a coffee mug super sticker. And then we have, let's see, Rob Altes says, if you have to lash out at fans, you have failed to entertain. Attacking fans only dig you in deeper. Silver Nova said, all Kevin had to do over the past year was to say nothing. He made things worse for himself. The Waltman 4 said, saw Snake Eyes last night. It was all right with certain parts, but even then it had rough patches. And Golgo 13 says for $5, today is a good day. Saw that Midnight's Edge in Espanol blew up. Congrats to all, and can't wait to see what else comes our way from all of Midnight's Edge. Yes, this is indeed true. Our sister channel, Midnight's Edge Espanol, crossed 1,000 subscribers, which is awesome.
Yeah. And congratulations to all the guys over there that have been doing a lot of hard work to get that to that point. But yeah, it just so happens that He-Man is pretty popular in the Latino community, and they don't like it when you do this kind of stuff. So yeah, kind of like how the Latinx thing kind of rolled over so well.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that's awesome. So if you haven't already, go check out Midnight's Edge and Espanol. It's not exclusively Spanish. The videos maybe, but the live shows are a good mix of English and Spanish.
Yeah, it's just a bit more from the Latino aspect of things. And
yeah. And Rama says for 100 Indian rupees, I just wanted buff man beat up spooky skeleton man, and somehow they fucked up a formula as simple as that. Guess only Godzilla movies are safe now. Be careful with what you ask for, or don't give them ideas. And then Dash Attack points out for $10, thank you so much, Snake Eyes people. White people can't be ninjas. Naruto. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and one of the most popular anime mangas about ninjas globally. Lionsgate apparently has the movie rights, but it's in production hell. Well, sorry to hear that. I don't know anything about it, but But yeah, Japan is evidently far more progressive than the woke Hollywood right now. Dash D's says for $5 Canadian, if G.I. Joe can be done right, but you need two things: true to the originals and people who can play realistic soldiers, because that's what they were. And then we're enough with the super chats that I can't bring up screen. Do a couple that we can bring up on screen, and then we'll get into Kevin Smith. Jesus Ramon says for $10, thank you so much. It was so wrong how Kevin hyped the new series, and then we got that crap. Not fair. Yeah, no, that was it was really rough, wasn't it? He overpromised and really underdelivered. There's no other way to put it. And Golgo13 says, She-Mam and the Masters of Soy. Andre and Tom, what was done to MOTU is unforgivable. It is because of this that I have fully embraced anime. And then, let's see. That was what I could bring up on things on screen. So with that, let us dig into this town hall.
Well, this is the Fat Man Beyond show that Smith does, what, once a week, I think it is?
Yeah, does he still do it once a week?
I know I used to be like a regular thing, wasn't it? I thought it was. I don't know. I don't follow. I don't follow his social media exploits that much, actually. I don't even follow him on Twitter.
Yeah. Well, anyway, this time he then had this special, and he brought someone with him, namely the voice actor who plays Orko. And I thought that he did pretty okay as Orko. Honestly, I think that much of the voice cast of the 2002 series did better, if I'm completely honest. But yeah, he was fine. And Kevin Smith, he said in advance that they had written Orko to be the heart of the series, because according to him, everyone hated Orko back in the 80s. It's funny, I have no recollection of anyone hating Orko.
I would usually check out of the show, like, paying attention-wise when Orko would come on screen, unless it was something prevalent. But, like, usually it's like some of the teasers they have where Orko is trying to make a cake or do a magic trick, and then Man-at-Arms gets the bad end
cake
of the stick
in the
on
head or something like that.
Yeah,
I agree.
That
like
stuff I'd check out. Just
the scenes with Orko, they were like childish and they were kind of like annoying and stuff. But there's a big difference between that and hating Orko. What I do remember is in the 1987 movie, Orko's absence was much more felt than the absence of, for instance, Triclops or
King Randor and Merlina, and
all of those.
There's no Prince Adam in Masters of the Universe
and
films.
all of those were missed, but I feel that Orko was missed more.
Yeah.
And Gwildor, for whatever virtue Billy Botti have on his own and stuff like that, was a very poor Orko replacement.
Yeah, he was like a mix between Orko and Man-at-Arms, because he's building stuff that's magical.
And the funny thing is that Man-at-Arms was actually in the movie, albeit completely unrecognizable. Same with Tila, was also there, but again, completely freaking
I thought
wasted.
they did all right in Man-at-Arms, but yeah.
No, it's just the fact that Man-at-Arms is the guy that builds stuff.
Oh,
he doesn't build anything
he's
in Masters
kind
of the
there.
Universe.
You're right about
Gwildor that builds, and it also has to do with magical, dimensional stuff, like it and music, and it was weird. But
well, anyway, about this town hall thing, him and Griffin Newman sat there and made excuses for about 2 hours, shit on the fans.
Disabled comments
to begin with, then turned around, and the only way you could get on to comment or ask them questions was to pay a $50 for a ticket. So yeah, there was that as well. So that pissed a lot of people off. But yeah, so then he proceeded in the part that really stuck out to everybody, and in the entire proceedings was where he could not quit talking about Clownfish. Our good friends over at Clownfish TV, of course. And I love how he stumbles around this whole thing. So we're going to watch some of this here. We'll probably interrupt it just because for, copyright reasons, whatnot. But here we go. Here's the best bit of his town hall speech thing.
Have been saying, you apologize to Clownfish. Clownfish was the operation that website and video show and stuff, whatever it is. And I'm not dismissing it. I have to be so fucking careful because anything I say, they're like, you're attacking Clownfish. And I'm like, not at all. I've always been very fucking kind to Clownfish. But regardless, Clownfish, the people are saying you lied to Clownfish. You got to apologize. And I honestly fucking believe with my heart, I put my child's life on it. None of those things I said are fucking lies. They're all factual shit. I will apologize for like leaning into it and tweeting and then hitting it again, tweeting again later on, simply to obfuscate from what I felt like was the thing I didn't want anyone to know. Same day that Clownfish's tweet goes up, there's some other tweet that said something to the effect, and again, we're spoiling the show, so hopefully everyone's seen it, that said something to the effect of, I hear they kill Adam in episode 1. So right then and there, I'm like, Jesus Christ, we're like fucking months away from this thing coming out. If this out, it's like, oh man, that's going to suck. And not because I'm like, oh, they'll all hate me and shit for emasculating He-Man. More because like, I just didn't want to spoil what was a cool thing.
Not only that, I mean, they're putting the spoiler. Oh, yes, please,
so,
yes, internet.
While I was sitting there going like, oh shit, they're going to start talking about this. Over here is a conversation that I can address. Like, that's like where they're like, hey man, I hear He-Man steps aside, Tila, has a girl, all the things I said. So I was like, I can answer this and maybe take attention away from this over here. And mercifully, that never got louder.
Yeah.
Like nobody ever knew. So that when the first episode played for people, they were surprised.
Yeah.
So I hope. I mean, some far too surprised and very vocal about it on Twitter.
Well, and so there you have it, I guess. Andre?
Well, I will stand by what I said in my editorial of last week or whenever it was. He shouldn't have said anything at all. The worst thing that he could do was go in and say something. And what he says about, oh shit, someone else spoiled this really bad thing. So instead, I'm going to go into the second worst thing, and I'm going to put my weight behind that and shift the attention to it. I don't buy that explanation. I think that's something that he came up with after the fact to try to excuse himself and to explain why he did what he did. I don't actually buy it, because here's like the thing. It kind of like follows from what Clownfish was saying that that very likely could happen. And his denial was a corporate denial. The only thing that his corporate denial was adds validity and credence and weight and support to what Clownfish was saying. If he had done nothing, that tweet would eventually have gone away. No one would have cared. Well, people would have remembered, like people in our community would have remembered. Clownfish heard from an inside source that they trust that this is going to happen. So let's keep that in mind. So it would have been there in the background, but it wouldn't have been mainstream in any way, shape, or form. So I don't buy his explanation of, oh, I've decided to boost up the signal, boost this, so that other thing can wither and die. Well, just let both things wither and die then by not getting involved. So what he's doing here is that he lied in his initial response, which is why he had to like go back and try to quibble with, I didn't really lie. Like Adam is in every single episode. Yeah, granted, it's a flashback, and he's dead at the time when the flashback is being made. But so he has to like do stuff like that. He has to like walk around hoops to try to explain why he didn't lie, and it's just quibbling his earlier statement and obfuscate that word, that I can't say right now. He's just trying to put his earlier messing up into a better light.
Well,
Perhaps.
let's look at it.
I'm just looking at this tweet right now, and I can say, having seen the show, He-Man doesn't step aside. He sacrifices himself. That's a difference. He doesn't think that Tila has the girlfriend in the show, so that just might be him either being blind to the relationship inclinations that he's presenting, or he generally doesn't think that. The storyline is kind of dark. I wouldn't say it's metal, but it is dark. And yeah, I mean, I don't see anything really inaccurate with that, but I can understand the connotation.
Yeah, the things he doesn't address here, though, are the things that Clownfish is right about in this tweet. They say, my understanding, and this was put out back in March, as you can see on the screen, of last year. My understanding is Kevin Smith's He-Man series from an alleged insider. Tila is better than He-Man and Adam, and he steps aside to let her and her girlfriend take over hero duties. If true, this won't play well. So yeah, basically, though, what they said is not just as true as what he said,
and that's not what happened. So they're kind of
outside of that,
incorrect information there, but Tila is definitely superior.
Exactly. And that's something that Kevin does not address, and that's what I was getting to. And now, as far as the girlfriend thing, you're right, Script. They may not have necessarily had that intention up front, but they have been accused left and right for queer baiting.
Well, they obviously do. I mean, you can totally tell that Andra, she will be tossing Tila salad on a regular basis.
And that's why I'm going to make LGBT stick. Because it is. So let's be real. I mean, come on. There's no way it's not. If you got people saying they're queer baiting, then it clearly is. Because I wouldn't know. But the community it's coming from is pissed about it. And that's where I was saying earlier at the front that as shitty as this show is, it's not actually as woke as people are. I will defend it on that respect. It's not woke in the aspect that people are kind of making it out to be in that sense. But because it fails on all the woke levels. You got queer baiting, which is not something you're supposed to do. You're actually just supposed to do it, right? And then you have and the other aspect is the Bechdel test. They're constantly talking about He-Man, Adam, and Skeletor, constantly. So that's
one of the Power Sword, and the map, all the things that are associated with the male characters. So and I would say Man at Arms is still kind of true to character. I mean, he obeys his king when he's exiled. When we first meet him again, he's saving an old man who's getting accosted by other people.
But before any of that, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Sure, no, go ahead.
The very first thing that he does is that he symbolically steps aside. He's the former Man-at-Arms, and he is passing the baton to her. So in that sense, he has already stepped aside, and he's a retired old man who then apologizes. That's his new role. And within that,
he only apologizes to Randor.
Yeah, well, he
doesn't.
No.
He apologizes to Tila too on his fucking knee.
He takes the knee. He goes down on his knee as most submissive as you possibly can get, and he holds Tila's hand and he apologizes. It's in episode 2.
When she should be actually apologizing to him for acting like a 12-year-old cunt. I'm sorry, because she was, and him I understand how he reacted in the court, right? He acted as according as he would to where Randor is the one where he's in the wrong. And that's where I said, that's not how anybody should have handled this entire situation and the way it was done. And not only that, we were robbed. We were completely fucking robbed of an Adam funeral. And to see the loss of this character in a He-Man, if you're going to pump this up like that's what this is supposed to be, then why didn't we get that? Hell, even at least fucking Batman or Justice League, the first 5 minutes of the movie is dedicated to the loss of Superman. I mean, the whole movie's built on that. I mean, is it sad that I have to sit here and say that Justice League told this story better than this? That's sad.
They got over He-Man real quick and fast,
really fast.
Yeah, like it was like he never happened. I will say one thing for Man-at-Arms though. Evil Lynn gave him credit by saying that he was the most dangerous man in Eternia. She always told everyone that he was more dangerous than He-Man and everything. Don't know quite where she got that from. But anyway, so yeah, she's the only one that showed Man-at-Arms, Duncan, any kind of respect over the course of the entire series.
Man-at-Arms isn't in the second episode. I'm just quickly going through the third right now. He sees Tila, doesn't kneel to her. It's probably at his hut, right, where he does the apology thing.
Yeah, no, for real. I'll see if I can find a picture and put up here. No, really.
Yeah, no,
he goes down
maybe I'm
on
just
his
looking
knee.
for it right now.
I think it's the third episode. I think you're right on that script. But either way,
it may be the third episode
because it's after they get the first bit when they go to Snake
because they're
Mountain.
fighting Triclops. Man at Arms is kicking butt there.
Right, and I understand where Andre's
episode,
confused because I watched all the episodes in one big chunk anyway. And that's really what this is like 2 movies. Let's be real.
Episode 2 and 3 blend together for me, but fine. So it was in the third episode then. But basically, he takes a knee and he holds her hand, looking down, and apologizes.
Oh yeah, there. I see it right now. Yeah. He begs his forgiveness for the secret. That's it.
The one that he was ordered by the prince to maintain.
Yeah,
I don't see any reason why he should have to.
Which, if anybody has a gripe, the only one who has a gripe would be the king, and that's where I said you have that scene between the two, where he's like, "Why didn't you tell me, Duncan? Not only are you supposed to be my man at arms, you're my friend." And then he would say, "Well, because Adam told me," and he's like, "I understand, but that's not good enough. You're banished from the kingdom.
The prince does not supersede the king." So
exactly. That's how that should have played out. And then you have Tila with the problem of, okay, do I follow my father now, or do I stay loyal to my rank? And that's where she would have to turn on her father and go, "I'm sorry, but this is my duty now, and I know you would do this as well, and he would be like, "Yeah, you're right, Tila," and walk away. You know what I mean? That's the way Man at Arms would be.
And I think Yellow Flash, who is here, just sent us that picture or something like that.
Yeah, I just found
it right now.
Because I didn't even that didn't even register to me. It just felt like, oh, it's Man of Arms who's retired, he's lost his rank, and he still views Tila as the next Man of Arms. So
no, he's apologizing to her.
Well, no, he's asking for forgiveness. That's different.
Whatever.
Well, they didn't know. He's groveling. That's what he's
groveling. Doing. Yeah. Okay.
That might be a little hyperbolic, but he definitely has regret. I mean, it's his daughter.
I beg your forgiveness, but
yeah, it's definitely his daughter, like that he's doing this to. It's not like a stranger. That there's also that. Like, there's all the context going on, but I completely understand that aspect. Yeah.
Well, that makes it even worse. Because that's kind of like him also saying, I was the guardian, but now the roles are reversed. You are now my superior and I'm your underling. That's kind of like what that submission is saying right there also. It's like handing authority over in every single way, sense, or form. Like, I am no longer head of the family. You are the head of the family now. You don't outrank me. You now get to tell me what to do.
Well, and it's not.
In military, that's how it kind of works. I mean, if you're a general and then you retire and you re-enlist, you still have to kind of acquiesce to a captain who's above you. I mean,
it wasn't that
doesn't
part
matter
that
you have the experience of something. That's the chain of command.
Right. I'm kind of with script on that. Like, that part didn't bother me. The part that bothered me was that we just said is that he was doing his fucking duty, and she should understand that. That even with doing your duty, sometimes there's things that you may not like about it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
which I think is actually to your point, because Tila couldn't accept that, you then realize she was not ready for the position she was about to have.
Exactly, and she walked away. And that's like, he was banished, she walked away. So none of them are serving in the Royal Litonian Guard. So in that sense, she does not outrank him, not anymore. This is purely private matter, and it's in their private relationship that he relinquishes authority to her there as well, in addition to what he already did professionally.
Well, and that's what I was saying. That's kind of what gets it back to the whole point, is in the end, it really just boils down to how Tila reacted, how they wrote this character, and it's not Tila. I refuse to, it's not. It's LGBT Tila.
Oh, it's definitely, I would say it's not Tila at all.
No, she would not do this stuff. She is not this way. She was not this character. And the proof is in the pudding when you go back to the Sarah Michelle Gellar interview, when you listen to some of the shit Kevin says, and we know he doesn't understand these characters. It's clear. I mean, even with the Orko stuff and all that kind of stuff, but I mean, even Sarah Michelle Gellar flat out said, oh, Tila was a sidekick and she was just He-Man's girlfriend and all this. Because, like, did you watch the fucking show? And she even said, like, oh, then I read the scripts and I realized, oh, it's all about Tila. So there's another strike against Kevin right there. When you have your main star saying flat out, "Oh, the show's about me. It's all about me and my character."
I think that's not a strike against him, though. I think that's more a strike against Netflix.
Well, yes, let's get to that. Ted Biaselli, he needs to be the one another. Okay, let's back off Kevin for a minute.
Yeah, and Script, let's begin with another question.
Sure.
Why is it that they feel the need to suddenly portray the Filmation series as this thing that was only for boys, really backward stuff, inaccessible thing for girls, and the ladies were only afterthoughts in it, because that's the narrative that's being put out there, when nothing could be further from the truth? I mean, Lou Scheimer, and forget the fact that He-Man started as a boys' toy line. The magic of He-Man came not from the toys, but from Lou Scheimer. And Lou Scheimer was one of the best men ever to work in Hollywood in any capacity. He was a great family man. He was super concerned with everything coming out of his studio being pedagogical, good for kids, inclusive, empowering, all of the words that since have been appropriated and
this is where Kevin has been.
He actually meant it. So
falsely calling the original show
woke. You know this. Like, you go back and you watch the original Masters of the Universe. It's some really compelling writing. It's tough. I would say that it's better written than this new stuff.
Well, let's remind everybody, Andre, who worked, some of the names that worked on the original Masters of the Universe series. First of all, DC Fontana.
Paul Dini,
Brad Bird, a bunch of pretty much anybody who went on to work at like Pixar or the Batman the Animated Series, and you had veterans like DC Fontana. All
Babylon 5. Let's not forget about that.
Oh, Michael Straczynski,
You had tons and tons of people working on this show, and that's what pissed me off when Kevin said He-Man was woke. It has never been woke. It has been diverse. It has been inclusive. It has always treated every character with respect, no matter what sex they were. If you go back, there's a handful, and I still stand by it. If you can still find it, which is probably just as easy to find as the 2002 series, so I apologize to anybody who goes looking for it. But there is a great set out there called the Top 10 Episodes, and they actually let fans pick it online through the He-Man website. They pick the top 10 episodes, and they clearly are the best 10 episodes of He-Man. And it shows you just how diverse and different this show was. And even the show, like we brought up earlier, the episode that they used for the basis of this show, they must have never watched, because, or at least they're trying so hard to make shit so different.
Well, I think that they did watch. I think they do know, but again, it doesn't fit the narrative.
Exactly, that's the other problem I was going to get to.
That this is something that is a million times better. And but Script, why is it that they have the marketing need to do this? Why is it that they have to put out the narrative that the old one was so horrible and this new one is so much better and progressive and woke and everything like that, when that's at best a distortion of reality?
That's a good question. I think it's just to try and justify their own actions, even though, I mean, it doesn't quite do it. I would argue that the He-Man and She-Ra were adequately written well for the target audience. It's very simplistic. It's not overly complicated. It doesn't touch on a whole lot of huge depth at the get-go. That kind of builds step by step as you watch the series overall. Like, once you come away from all 130 episodes, you kind of realize how deep it actually is. It's done very subtly. But a lot of the stuff is kind of on the nose, direct writing, which a lot of people, especially in Hollywood and the industry today, would say that's not good, because it's on the nose, it's direct. There's no chance for nuance or ambiguity or any of that stuff, which I always say is that's not always necessary. Sometimes you got to be direct, because some people are direct. That's the reality of things. People don't always hide behind hyperbole or subtext. And so, yeah, for the kids show, that was really a kids family show. I mean, I never had any issues with, when I would watch the show, my dad would not walk away. He would sit down and watch with me. And it's this is like the mid 80s. Why would a 40-year-old man care to watch a TV show that's targeted for kids if he didn't get any enjoyment out of it? And he'd laugh at some of the jokes. He would be like, "Hey, that's a good lesson. You got to remember that. Don't lie. Don't, try and be honest," and all that type of stuff. Those were there was something to that there.
There were some lessons that Kevin Smith could have listened to there.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only part my dad didn't like is in the She-Ra parts, finding the little cartoon character at the end of the show. It's like, how is that relevant to anything?
Oh, you mean Loki?
Yeah,
Loki and the She-Ra.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I wanted the moral message at the end. I don't care about the kid where he was hiding. But yeah, I think they're trying to justify it by saying that the original series was good for its time, but they're trying to say it fell short with the current day agenda, and we're better because we can address it. And it's like, well, the fact that you have to point out that you're doing it and that you have to say that you're better for it shows that you probably don't believe in the mentality enough for it to stand on its own without conveying it. Like, that's the other part too. I don't recall Lou Schneider ever going out there and saying, we were so concerned about this. Like, I've seen his interviews. Like, he's like your grandpa, man. Like, he just loves everybody and he just cares about doing right by his audience.
Well, Lou Scheimer did that show at technically a loss.
Most people don't realize he was not making a whole lot of money off that.
No, and what he did was there's a reason why he's the voice of so many characters on that show, him and his daughter, because at that time the cost to be able to do the show that it was, with the amount of characters it was, at the quality they were doing, with the amount of money they had to work with, they couldn't hire a bunch of voice actors and stuff. So they would just so he and his daughter would sit there and run their voices through different modulations and stuff. And that's how Orko came about. Like, he's doing, and they would put like surnames in the credits and stuff like that to save on money so they could get the show done. Like, and people don't realize how many episodes they pumped out in 2 years.
Yeah,
like, it's
and
insane.
Also, and by doing all that stuff like that, although at a personal loss, he kept his staff employed. Yeah. When everyone else was outsourcing, he kept people employed, because in a really tough industry that chew people up and make them hard, Lou Scheimer always remained a good man. And if there were more people like him in the industry today, hell, the world today.
The 70s saw a big spike in outsourcing animation overseas, and Filmation just didn't want to do that all the time. They tried very much to avoid that, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, and even me, as someone that's not based in America, I can respect and admire that, because he's then actually doing something really good for his local community by keeping the jobs there.
Yeah, and say what you will. Well, go ahead. I was going to say.
Yeah, just want to bring this one up while I can get it up on screen. The Wall says for $20. Thank you so much. True, it's not Tila. Man-at-Arms raised Tila to be a soldier, bodyguard, and general. She's a conqueror. Adam was raised and taught to be a ruler, protector. Tila would have seized command of the armies and conquered Subterranea. Yeah, that's one point of view. And before anyone wonders, we have more super chats. We're going to go through them all. We'll do them a little bit out of order and here and there, but we'll get through them all by the end.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out one more thing with regards to why I don't think Man-at-Arms is completely changed characters, because he is ingrained his loyalty to the throne.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's more like how he was humiliated.
Even though he was kind of like humiliated, he's like, you know what? This is the status. This is my place. This is who I am. I'm still obeying the king, even though I've been cast out. Like, he's not building stuff anymore. He's like, well, he could do that if he wants to. And the king would never know. But to him, it's like, my moral code says I can't. But the other part too that I would say would kind of bounce back a little bit towards his kneeling for forgiveness and stuff is Teal orders him to go to Grayskull to protect it. But he denies that. He says, no, I can't do that. I got to come save you because you're my daughter. I love you. I mean, that's kind of a badass dad move to do. And something that's also, I would say, true to Duncan is like, yeah, he would go to save his daughter and then return back to Grayskull, because like, if she needed my help here, but she probably won't need my help for the next stage, because again, that's kind of like the relationship they have. I mean, what was the episode called when Man-at-Arms was like at bay by a giant like centipede? And like Tila had to like follow the trail and then rescue her dad, and like she used her explosive like bracelet thing to knock down a boulder to crush it. And I mean, Man-at-Arms wasn't emasculated from that. Like, that's just how they work. That's the relationship. And I felt that the scene and I think that was episode 4 where they're on the water trying to go to the hell escape. Which I'm sorry, I don't have all of the the lore quoted in the back of my mind as well as you, Andre. Subterranea, yeah. Like that seemed like a dad moment that kind of said like, yeah, Man at Arms is always going to be Man at Arms, regardless of his title or rank being stripped away from him, and he's always going to be the father, regardless of how Tila feels. And he's always going to do what he thinks is right to his code. And I don't think that was really taken away from him as would have been, say, if other writers or other entities were leading on this. I was kind of very surprised that Man at Arms still was the Man at Arms hero, regardless of that whole begging for forgiveness point. Because I'm just breaking it down to like, what are his actions? And it's like, oh, he's defending other people. He's saving Orko.
He actually got away the best of the whole series in terms of.
I would say, yeah.
Yeah, actually, I used to think that it was Skeletor because he won, but then I forgot that they made him an insult really stupidly, and
yeah.
I don't know where the hell that came from. Because again, when you have so many people who know the canon, I honestly don't know how the hell could that make it in there. Like, this face has given me a lonely life where no one wanted me as a man. Where the hell did that come from? Script doctor. Like,
I don't know. Evil is buying all the time.
But as a screenwriter, how the hell does that happen? And this is a series where they're super concerned with canon and references to continuity and stuff like that. But they didn't get that he's tapping Evelyn the whole freaking time.
Yeah, I mean, and on top of that, Evelyn is just exploiting Skeletor for her own power. Like it's really a terrible relationship.
It's a mutually beneficial thing. I mean, because she's exploiting him for power and hopes to bypass him one day, and at the same time, he keeps her around because he knows that she is a formidable threat to him. So he'd rather have her fighting by his side than against him. So there's that, and then also. Ever since the 2002 series, they still have like the sexual thing from before he became Skeletor.
Oh yeah, when he was Kaldor, right? That was the name.
Yeah, when he was Kaldor, and even in canon later on, they do get a kid together. So again, what I'm saying, he's behind closed doors at Snake Mountain. He's been tapping Evelyn the whole time.
Well, maybe that's not Skeletor speaking. Maybe that's Teddy speaking through Skeletor.
This actually predates Teddy though. But you mean?
I mean the incel line. Yeah,
that may be Teddy speaking.
Well,
I don't know where that comes from.
Kevin just can't stop. He posted this now.
What did he do now? What did
I'm 51. A week from today, we start shooting Clerks 3. But at noon, the cast reads the script aloud for the first time. Wait until Brian O'Halloran finds out we kill off his character in the first act. My storytelling senses tell me audiences universally love that trope. Kevin.
Oh my God. Like, why? Why does he have to keep making it worse by keep on talking? I mean, just lay low for a while and it's not gonna go over, but it's not gonna.
Well, here you go. Here's a spoiler. Fucking Randall has a heart attack, so that does actually happen in the first act. Yeah. He doesn't die, but he has a heart attack.
Well, his basically Clerks 3 is just going to be what Kevin Smith was doing when he was 22, but only now at 51.
Yeah, mixed with the two storylines. Yeah. So I was actually looking forward to Clerks 3. Now I'm just like, I don't care anymore. Like, Kevin really hurt me, and I know some people are like, oh, you're overreacting over a show, a kid's show and a toys show or whatever. A toy advert was another one. You may think that, and then that's fine. You're more than obviously you're more than you have the right to feel the way you feel about that, but I don't. I have invested a lot of my time and life and money into He-Man, and as far as Kevin Smith, same thing. And to me, I feel betrayed. I feel cast aside. And when you have it, and I brought this up before, and I still think it bears repeating, it's a little different than what it was with Ghostbusters and Star Trek, and even to an extent Star Wars. Because we were pre-sold something that we did not get. In Ghostbusters, they didn't hide the fact of what they were giving us, right? Like, they were very upfront with it.
Oh, and absolutely.
Like Terminator Dark Fate, same thing.
Yeah, like they were very upfront about like every trailer for that was an honest trailer. but this is actually something that also always, not always, but also like annoys me a little bit. How quickly many are willing to dismiss He-Man and the Masters of the Universe. Yes, it started out as a toy line. Yes, the Filmation series is started out as a commercial for the toy line. But what I think many miss is that because of Lou Scheimer and because of what he did in adapting that story, it honestly doesn't matter what the origin was. He was able to do something magic. He was able to do something that was meaningful beyond words to a very large chunk of the audience watching it. Like, I just know what it means for me personally, and it wasn't the toys. To me, it was the cartoon, and how basically that changed my whole outlook on life. Growing up in what was, well, I'm not going to say it was behind the Iron Curtain, because that's not true. It wasn't, but there absolutely were sensibilities similar to Behind the Iron Curtain in Norway in the early 80s. Absolutely it was. And we were raised with that. And that cartoon, when I say changed my life, I really mean that, because it opened my eyes. So that's my story. And we have Mexican Iron Man, who has also shared before his story how the toys were the great equalizer, how he was like the one brown kid, poor kid among like white neighbors, but those toys were the great equalizer that made everyone equal and being able to be friends. And I've gotten so many other stories of people, like, just look at the comments of our videos. There's so many people that got through some really, really hard times in their life because of He-Man, and that means that it means something to them. And people that are either so young that they never got it, or so old that they didn't get it, they may see that, yeah, fine, this is just a toy commercial, and yeah, it may have started out that way, but there was a magic in Filmation that took it to something else.
Yeah. And as far as the woke factor, look, sure, the show itself may not be all that woke, because like I said, it even fails by their standards. But what it is a clear example of is when woke individuals try to make something that shouldn't be woke, right? That's what we have here, because Kevin Smith has clearly gone off the deep end into woke territory. That's clear. I'm not surprised. I mean, he's a follower, but I love this. Thank you so much, Douglas. He sent this earlier. It was just in response to me basically saying that that Star Trek in Star Trek 3 is all it is. So there you go. Sandras of the Universe, The Search for Balls. Thought that was funny. Thank you for that, Douglas. We appreciate it. So yeah, no, and that's the thing is, MOTU is a huge franchise to a lot of people, and I think some people learned that in the last week or two. I've even heard that response from other people. They just like, I did not realize that the MOTU fan base was this huge. It's like, yes, it is. I mean, I'm not saying there isn't some, fakers, pun intended, running into things now that this is kind of a big deal. But I mean, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I have spent more money on MOTU merchandise than I have anything else. And that's saying a lot, because I got a TMNT video game sitting behind me.
Yeah,
too.
you do. I have the. I remember someone made a fan Masters of the Universe video game. I've got that on my computer. It's not bad.
I mean, I may kind of technically be a bigger fan of TMNT in some ways, but just because there's only 4 turtles and tons more characters in the MOTU universe, that's where because I was sitting there talking to Andre yesterday, and I was trying to figure out exactly how many different versions of He-Man I own, and I think it's somewhere around 6 or 7. Like, just in variants. But we do have somebody with us who happens to know Kevin Smith.
I know him too, but like not as intimately as others.
Yeah, and well, not only that, he has a bit of a different point of view on these things. So I want to welcome to the show, and please be gentle, audience. with us is the one, the only N. You ignore for a short time.
Please be. Oh, they won't. Look, I always listen to you, and I actually think you guys we're on more of the same page than thought.
A lot of times we are. It's just a matter of a conversation away.
Because the person Tom was referring to, you're taking this too seriously. I was DMing. Like my big thing is I have such a mess here. I have all the toys on my wall. I got the official 83, Battle Cat and He-Man. It's played. It's worn, right? I was a He-Man kid. I even did a video of me playing with my He-Man toys when I was 7, like that I posted. Like, I'm a He-Man kid, right? I loved it. But guys, the He-Man show is so stupid at times. Like, so
I won't deny that.
Yeah. Stupid.
And
the
I even
Lundgren movie is so bad.
Yeah.
The 2001 New Adventures of He-Man before 2002. It's so bad. Kevin Smith didn't ruin He-Man. So many people have ruined He-Man before him.
Well, I gotta stop you there, Andy, because that's the kind of argument. That's the kind of argument we got for Star Wars and shit, though, dude. And yes, I'm not gonna sit here and deny that there is not some really cringeworthy shit in the original He-Man series. And I'll be the first person to laugh at a gay joke about He-Man or any of that kind of stuff. I love
cuts are very funny.
Exactly. Like I'm not above any of that shit, but like Star Wars and other things that I don't like. I mean, I love Spaceballs, right? And all that is having fun with Star Wars and Star Trek. But at the same time, I just think it's really kind of a short-sighted argument to just toss something out there like, oh, it's just He-Man, so you shouldn't be taking it so seriously.
Well, to be clear, and I think you're going to get to it, and I can't stay as long. Everyone hates me here when I talk about this. But what I love about Mid's Edge is we hear all sides and be civil. That's what's so amazing about this platform. You should be very grateful for Tom and Andre for giving that to you guys and letting people like me feel comfortable to come on, because I think it's good to hear all sides, right? But in this instance, I think Kevin does make a mistake. He makes several mistakes, to be clear. He did lie. Like I hear why he thinks he didn't lie, because I think he's seeing all 10 episodes as sort of the story. And he says, spoiler alert, guys, if Teela gets the power sword and becomes a new He-Man, then I will bite my words, I will apologize, and I will say, okay, that was a travesty, that was woke, that was awful. But he says himself, she never holds the power sword. And he makes it clear all these people that we think are dead are not dead, guys. Like it's a kid show, and that's just how story goes. He was tasked with sort of coming in and creating stakes, and I do think they had stakes. Like I do think the show had stakes. Where Kevin though made a mistake was in the PR, the way he's talking about it now and telling that the fans don't matter, and he's sort of going about it like Netflix doesn't care what you think. Like, you don't say that out. I can't imagine Netflix is going to be stoked with him admitting that and saying it out loud. But all of this sort of stuff he's doing, I think he's just doing terrible PR. And Andre, you said it best. He should have said nothing. At the same time, like, look, Teela was a big character in the show. I think the problem with this show is Teela is an awful character in Kevin's version. Teela as a character is a whiny character. Awful attitude. I hated her. I despised her. I couldn't stand that we were stuck with her. I hated Sarah Michelle Gellar's voice. I like Sarah, but my God, whoever directed her and her voice performance, Teela as a character sucks. And I wish we would all just agree on that and be like, it's not, because I see a lot of people, it's a woman. It's a woman. Dude, Teela was a big, huge part of that team.
Well, like, I will say, Andy, real quick.
But just so I get it out of the way, Teela as a character in this version, I agree. She's awful. She's like so annoying to listen to and want to root for. So that's where my big problems are. I think Kevin did lie. He owns Cloudfish an apology because T-Man does sidestep this semantics bullshit, comparing it to Jesus and Iron Man. Iron Man didn't die and Iron Man won. He died 10 movies later, Kevin. What the hell are you doing? So look, I don't disagree with you completely. I think Kevin has made this worse, so I understand why fans are upset. But I didn't hate the show like everyone did. I think the show had some mistakes. I just hate Teela. Like, there was some bad... Didn't you like Henry Rollins as Triclops? I thought that was a cool spin.
I didn't care after a while, but yeah, nice pun. Too.
Merman, I thought was cool. Man-at-Arms, you guys were talking about... what's his name? Davos, and it was such a good voice. There was some really good voice.
Well, Merman actually bothered me because you got Kevin Conroy not even doing a thing like the old Merman.
Hey.
And welcome back, Andre. But yeah, like my other issue with that is you have Kevin Conroy and Mark Hamill. Why is Kevin Conroy not voicing He-Man? But anyway, no, like that's the big thing on a lot of people's like list of problems. Number one is Teela is not Teela. It's not the same character, and that's one of the biggest questions I kept getting, Andy, in the last few days as one of the more well-known He-Man fans in the fan base is, how did you not see this coming, or how did you not expect it? And it's like, how did you even think it wasn't going to be any other way? And I kept saying, look, You know, Kevin is somebody who I have had faith in for 30 years. And on top of that, when you look at that,
Yoga Hosers, and you still felt that way.
I understand Yoga Hosers wasn't made for me, right? And I actually said that at the beginning of the show, and at the same time, if you look at that original synopsis, a true fan of MOTU will look at that and go, yes, Tila does have a story to be told. Let's see how he does it. And that's the mistake that was made. He had 5 episodes, and like you just said, he made Tila one of the most unlikable bitches we've ever met before. And he took one of the most loved characters on the show, which Andre has pointed out too. You had a show that was, let's be real, he's not wrong when he says He-Man was a boy-based franchise. And in fact, that we can trace the history as to where the franchise took its first step back was when they decided let's incorporate the women, because you already had strong women in there and the boys were fine with them. It was when you tried to make everything sparkly and pink when the boys are like, fuck this noise, I'm out. Right. And even I stuck in there with She-Ra because I was like, look, She-Ra is actually a much more interesting character than Adam and has a hell of a lot more depth than He-Man. Because you have, and I'm not even going to get into that whole thing, but again, even that wasn't the complete downfall of the franchise. What this is, though, is something completely different because you already have a character like She-Ra that you could use in this place, and they're not because they can't. And they're taking this the wrong way. And we even went through the script, and I went through 5 different ways you could have done the same exact story and not made Tila such an unlikable bitch. And it's not just Tila, though. That's the thing. He doesn't understand King Randor. He's half-assing it with Man-at-Arms, and they clearly don't understand Orko. We also pointed out that snafu. So that's just a short list, and I'm sure there's more characters as we go along. I even made some arguments with Andre about how there's certain things, even though Eva Lynn was one of the better received characters in this, there's things that she did that she wouldn't normally do. But that's not to say she won't do them yet either.
Well, and those opinions are valid, and Kevin's a dick for saying that your opinions aren't valid in the comments you're about to watch, because Kevin walked into that trap when he said this is a sequel series. And if you're going to say it's a sequel series, and you got to write the characters like they were from the show, right? He shouldn't have said that. There's just a bunch of mistakes, I think, from a PR standpoint that Kevin stumbled on, right? And so I'm not here to defend Kevin. Like, Kevin's made mistakes in this wholeheartedly, but I do think there's a little bit of just like, oh my God, guys, it's like, why are we so outraged and bothered? I think he made it clear, like Netflix came to him with an idea of what if we took the show we loved as kids, but actually made it violent and like Game of Thrones-esque and had stakes. And I do see potential here. I just think he made a massive, massive mistake to assume, well, we saw He-Man and Skeletor fight enough on the original show. We don't need to see them fight for the first few episodes of this show. And that's where he failed, I think, more than anything else.
Yeah,
massively, yeah.
Well, not only that,
those shots in the beginning, episode 1, are so cool.
Well, that's what people wanted, and that's what he.
Where is this show, Kevin? What the
and
fuck?
He should have known that because he flat out said to himself that the original show, he never did anybody punch anybody or did any punches connect, because that was the thing. They were not allowed to actually physically get into altercations. He-Man would throw people or things. He would generally do something else.
Things.
Yeah, and like even Kevin said, all they're just doing is a bunch of rolling around in the old show. Well, there's your point, Kevin. Make the fucking show we wanted to see as a kid. Like you just said, Andy, that first half-hour episode was what we've all wanted all this time. We wanted to see He-Man fucking punch Skeletor, goddammit. It. And we finally got
Skeletor,
the fucking,
man.
and not only that.
So I share your frustration.
And there's a point where I got to stop because, like, there's a thing. He-Man wouldn't go that far. There's one thing where he went too far. He-Man would never kill because He-Man made a big point, even more so than people like Batman and Superman have in past versions, where you do not kill. Like, He-Man will not kill. Like, that is one thing.
He'll take it to the extreme.
But he will not do that. Like, that's the one thing. He has that one rule because, you know, to him, all life is important. Right? Like, no matter what, because that was one thing. How many times in the old show did he save Skeletor from a cliff?
Yeah.
Many, many, many times.
That's my point. Exactly. Yeah.
His whole goal was really just to capture him and then, like, you know, put him in, like, eternity in jail.
He can be rehabilitated. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and He-Man's done some really boring adventures, guys. There's a whole adventure where he uses his Master Sword to create boiling water to create smoke to beat Skeletor. I mean, like, the show has been silly and ridiculous at times. So
I'm not going to argue that.
But I was just saying, like, I enjoyed this idea of adapting it into a more, all right, let's see the punch land. Like, let's go there. And I think his real stumble was hype. And maybe it's marketing. I don't know who to blame. It could be Kevin. It's Kevin's fault to blame because
I think much of it is Netflix Ted Biaselli. I think he has more to blame for much of this than Kevin Smith is the fall guy. But much of the bad decisions here, I think, is Netflix WSL.
Well, and going beyond Clownfish, I mean, I was on a show with them the other night, and they wouldn't even probably. Honestly, I'm not speaking for them, but I can probably guess that even if Kevin did apologize to them, they wouldn't accept it, and rightfully so. They don't need an apology at this point. Kevin needs to apologize just for punching down like that, and for trying to detract from something else and using, basically people like Clownfish to distract. And then not only the whole thing was stupid. Again, it was like when Mangold went after Matt Kadish. To what end did you think you were going to get out of that? Really? At what point did you think that this was a good idea? Right? Like I got people coming at me all the time, and there's things I'll fuck with some trolls. But when it comes to certain kinds of criticism to videos we do and we report, 9 times out of 10, I won't comment on it, because what's the point? It's not going to fix anything, and it just makes me look like a Ree to go out there and go, "Oh, you're wrong," and blah 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 blah. We have this source and that source and that. I just let the videos and the reporting speak for itself, and that's what Kevin should have done: is just let the show speak for itself, right? And you agree on that, Andy, of course, and that's the point we've made from the start. So you got to at a certain point step back and realize that there's going to be a shit ton of fans who are not going to like it, right? And I don't think the reaction, to answer your question, Andy, would have been such a vitriol reaction if it wasn't for the fact, like you said, he went out there, he went after Clownfish TV, which is a YouTube channel, right? And a website.
He didn't go after them. You got again.
He claims he did, but you look at those tweets.
Well, hold on. Clownfish comes out with a spoiler about his show. Now you got to step back as a creator. You've been a creator. You're a creator, Tom. We all like.
So what?
But my point is, I can see why he thought that was an attack at him, right? Like he's Clownfish reputably.
He's
right?
Kevin fucking Smith with over 3 million people on his Twitter, dude.
Right. But I'm just saying, we got to step back and look at it, because it's like, that's what I think he's coming for. But then Kevin stupidly shined more spotlights on it, and I think that's where he made a massive mistake. I can see why Kevin was annoyed at Clownfish, but then Kevin did, I think, what was even worse was not only pointing it out, but then lying about it. Like that to me is where the problem was. But I think, look, we got to know on Twitter, the industry reads what you write. And if you spoil their shit or you talk shit about their shit, they're going to come at you. And so it's like, I'm sort of sick of this excuse of like, Kevin's punching down. Guys, we're all punching up now. You all have the same ability to talk to Kevin Smith anytime you fucking want. Stop playing the victim when Kevin Smith responds is what's frustrating. Are we going to fucking accept it or not? You know what I'm saying? So my point is, like, they're going to come out and say the show's shit. It's going to look what happens. But the problem was they were right. And so Kevin really failed by not just fucking shutting up. Like, I don't know what Kevin thinks. Like,
I gotta disagree. I gotta disagree on the other point, though.
For him to like sort of defend and say, "Oh no, it's not where it is," and then it's like, but Kevin, that's totally what it fucking was. It is Tila's show, and the problem is like Tila's character. Like, I wouldn't even have a problem if it was Tila's show, but Tila's written so badly, and it's not the Tila we knew, and it's not a Tila we want to watch. That to me is where he really got me frustrated from a show point, because I don't want to watch 5 episodes of that. Now, I think it's also Netflix to blame, because as Kevin says in that piece, I try to be objective. It's not about being a shill or an SJW. If you disagree with this side, it's always what you're labeled. It is what it is. But the reality is, if they had just released all 10 episodes, I think we'd have a better viewpoint on, or what was the story he was trying to tell. Because Kevin's like, look, if you watch the original episodes, He-Man's there, and it's always a 30-minute story. You have to go in and out and out. But they brought me in to do a 10-episode story, a feature-length story. And so I do think we're seeing half of the story. It's called Part 1. And I'm going to really judge it a lot more harshly. If episode 6 doesn't have He-Man come back to life and kick the shit out of Skeletor, then I'm going to fucking rame him just like everybody else is. But I'm hoping this is all mystery.
That's more like the final episode. Episode 6 is Adam recovers. And then it's basically a fight.
He alluded in that thing, like, wait till you see episode 6 with He-Man and Skeletor. Like, he's alluding to it. He also says Tila never gets the power sword. So I'm hoping maybe we get what we wanted, but I agree it took too long. I understand why people don't like the show, but that's where I stand on it. It's just it's frustrating, because to me it's about the bad writing more than anything else, and I get frustrated when because you said it too, Tom. There's so many people even in this chat. The show's so woke. Why is it woke? I want to know why.
Well, there's a lot of woke element. My point is that it fails at trying to be even woke. That's the thing.
It's not woke.
Yeah, well, that's the argument. That's the thing. I have a hard time saying it's not woke because it is, and that's where I say it's coming more from woke people. And Biaselli needs to be brought into this more. I will say that, like Kevin, he is only to blame so far as he was trying to make his boss happy. Right? Let's be clear on that part. If I can give him any goddamn excuse, it's that because. He said it several times over that this is the guy he was trying to impress, and this was the guy that gave everything a pass, right? This is also the guy that decided to make Andra the character that it is, and he wishes he was the one who came up with the idea to make King Grayskull Black.
And I just want to point out that everyone in the chat is insisting the show is woke, but I have to agree with it. It is woke. There's no denying about
but
that.
I'm asking, why is it woke? Because I want to learn.
It's woke, but it fails at even trying to
Saying
be
it's
woke.
woke is not what Andy's asking. He's asking a direct example as to why it makes
sense. I can provide one.
Hold on. I want to be clear on why I'm confused, and maybe I'm wrong, but that's why I want to talk to you guys, not the chat. Why is it woke? Because women are in charge? Because that's not the reason, right?
Not directly. No, it's not because women are in charge. That's not what makes anything woke. It's because women are in charge by way of actively diminishing the men. The show is misandrist in this sense. This is what makes it
fighting over Adam the whole show. How is she doing that to Adam? She looks up to him. She's afraid of him. They talk about him. How are they doing that, Andre?
Okay, never mind Adam. Man-at-Arms, Duncan. The very first thing that he does is to hand over his professional title. And this is fine. This is good and well. This is what happens when someone steps over. So far, you can get away with it. So that's like one thing. But then later on, this is something we spoke about later. Next time they meet, then Duncan, he is not only the former superior of command, he is the one that raised Teela as a daughter. He's not technically her father, but from her point of view, he is the father. He is the authority figure. He is the one that raised her and made her who she is. But then the next time they meet, the roles have completely reversed. He is no longer the figure of authority. He then takes a knee to her. He bows down. He excuses himself. He hands over the mentor and the seniority role to her. From this point onwards, he, the father figure, is but a servant. He is no longer the father. He is essentially the son. This is there's no excuse for that from a story point of view. That is someone making a statement. This is belittling him in that sense. That's what I mean. Never mind Adam. There's other things to say about that. But this is a way of then basically giving Teela all power, both professionally by him first handing over there, which is fine on its own, but then also handing over the relationship.
But isn't that what Duncan did in the beginning because she's now in control?
Yeah, and I said that's fine. That's not the issue.
Why does it not then play through when he does it again later? She's in control. Why is she not still in control? Duncan's been fired.
Because there is no reason for a father to sign over the role of a
guardian. His entire life.
He
lied to her his entire life. She's not allowed to be upset by that.
No, she isn't. I don't think she is. Because she would have been if she was kept on Lyle's side. But there's only 4 people that knew that secret, right? It was Duncan. We don't know how he came to know it. There's Orko. We don't know how he came to know it. There's the sorceress. We do know how she knows it. And there's Cringer, who obviously knows it. No one else knows. No one else in the God. Not Adam's parents. They don't even know. Yeah, Marlena, she figured it out, but she was never told.
She's a mother, though. That's what mothers do.
She's a mother.
Do you think Man-at-Arms knows, spoiler alert, that she's Sorceress's daughter?
He does know.
He does know.
That's the other thing.
Again, isn't that more of a reason why?
Yes.
He has been sworn to secrecy by the sorceress herself.
And who's the woman who's in charge of all of them?
Okay, well, and that's the point that we were making here.
Andy, that woman is woke.
Andy,
I don't
know. Listen to me a second, just please. Here's the thing. That is the point we're trying to make from the very, very start. All the women in this show Every single one of them, from Marlena to Tila to Evil Lynn to the Sorceress, were already very strong, prominent characters who had very strong character roles and were not subservient to the men in any ways, right?
And they never were, not in the original
never were,
series either.
ever really were. And even Lynn, you can sit there and make an argument for, because people are, oh, well, she's completely subservient to Skeletor. No, she'll fucking throw Skeletor out a goddamn window. She could give a shit. That's another reason why her character isn't exactly quite what she should be, but that's a whole nother discussion. My point is this. So you take something that already had strong female characters, you elevate them even more, and Tila acts like an SJW. That's the other problem you have here. So it's not so much woke in the storytelling, it's the actions of the character. When she's making a death of a character in front of their own parents, all about her, and when she's actually faced with the actual individual that she's upset with in heaven, when he's already fucking dead, and he makes that point on screen because he has no more excuses to give this person who's acting like a fucking complete psycho over her fucking feelings, right? Because she can't register her own feelings, and that has to stop everything else in the fucking world, right? That's an SJW right there. That's an
in between the two, and this is the most important thing, in between the two, when she is being told in no uncertain terms by both the Sorceress and by Evil Lynn that we have to do this, otherwise not just this planet, but the whole universe and everyone in it will come to an end. And Tila is still, but I was hurt, I was lied to, my feelings. That's the greatest bitch ever seen in fiction.
It's so SJW selfish bullshit that I've ever fucking seen in my life. They even gave her the fucking haircut, so they can't deny it, right?
I'm not defending any of that. That's the first.
Well, that's my point. Is you could have done this story, and I made that point.
That she's a terrible character. I've said
she
that.
She is, and we agree on that point.
And I'm not going to keep doing this because it is what it is.
No, but she is one of the main reasons the show is woke. Yes,
you said it yourself. It's not really woke. You said that, Tom.
I said it's not woke in the traditional sense of that they are succeeding.
Well, I disagree. I think it's woke as... Yeah,
it's bad woke. It's bad woke in a sense.
Look, I think we're overusing the term woke, and I think a lot people are going to lose respect for the word if this show is now...
It's a word that shouldn't be respected.
Sure, but I'm just saying we're taking it seriously is what I mean, Andre. Because
let me put it another way.
There are egregious examples of shows being woke, which are Batwoman. Like when I get, because I get,
or Star Trek Discovery.
You guys, exactly. You guys aren't saying this, and I'm not saying it, but just the reason why I'm not fighting you guys.
No, I'm not either.
I want to learn. I really want to learn.
Here's the thing.
We're just having a fun debate. No one is angry at you. We're just having a fun debate.
I know you guys are. I'm just saying the chat obviously is, but chat, just like it's important we have conversations so we can all learn.
Exactly. So everyone, lay off Andy.
It's like, you can
lay off Andy. We're having a debate.
I hate when a chat doesn't respect a conversation. It's like if you
never mind. Don't get worked up about it.
No, but guys, that's the problem because I see this example of like I want to learn what the problem is at this show that makes it woke because I see so many people being mad and calling it woke because Tila takes charge because she's a woman and all this stuff that people are saying. And where I get problematic is like, dude, Tila would take charge. That's what made sense from the show.
Yeah, but not in this way.
That in this version of the script that they're making. I would agree. Man at Arms. Well, we fast forward, right? Magic is destroyed. We fast forward, and she leaves, and we follow her, right? And Man at Arms is treating Orko, who's dying. Like that's what the story really is. And then she comes back because Evil Lynn tricks her. She doesn't want to do fucking Masters of the Universe. She doesn't want the magic, right? So my point is like they come back, and Duncan and Tila are hurt. Like, I don't like the way it was written. Don't get me wrong. Tila sucked. And I don't know why she's still fucking angry. It's like, no shit. So what? They were protecting you. They were saving the universe. Like, get over it already. Like, from a written standpoint, that's where I get frustrated. I'm not mad that Tila took charge. I'm mad that they wrote her so fucking badly and disrespectfully. And then where I get frustrated is we use and throw woke around, and we aren't focusing on the creative choices that the writers and everyone made that to me are really what fucking destroyed the show.
And those are woke creative choices. That's what destroyed the show.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you kind of just answered your own question, Andy. It's not what they did, it's how they did it, and that's what Andre was trying to say.
And here's I agree with Tom that the show maybe isn't. It is woke, but there are many more woke things. But the writers, they approached it from a woke point of view, and that is why we.
That's what I was trying to say. Is the story itself could have been told without being woke, and you could still make an argument that in some ways it isn't, but because of the people behind it are so woke themselves, it bled into this. Like they did it to the detriment of the characters that already could have been great, and you could have told, because you said it yourself, Andy, the bigger thing that she should have been upset about wasn't so much that she was lied to about Adam and He-Man, it's that they never told her who she really was, and that's where the struggle with her should have come into play, and that's the story that has yet to be told, and they keep
let's pause on this for you three guys for the moment, and we'll let the screenwriter talk. Sorry to interject in that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The stage is yours.
I'll put it to you this way. When you boil down the choices with regards to the story in the first 5 episodes, those choices, basically Tila abandoning Eternia, that's not a woke choice. That's just a choice. The thing is, you have to look at the choices. So if you were to say, I want to do a He-Man show where Skeletor finally wins, that's not a woke choice. That's actually a very interesting choice. No, hold on, Tom. Hold on.
No, I'm agreeing with you.
Everyone, quiet. Let the script talk. So no interruptions.
If you want to do a thing where Tila has a falling out with Man of Arms, that is not a woke choice. That's an interesting choice. If you want to do a thing where King Randor, for some reason, expels Man at Arms for a secret, that is also not a woke choice. That's just an interesting choice. This whole series, these first 5 episodes, have very interesting choices. What comes down to is the methodology. And I think that's where there's a point of contention. What we have here is we have some methodology that's being used that seems antithetical to the characters that we grew up with. Like, for instance, if you want to say, I want Tila to be in this situation where she doesn't like magic, where she's on her own, where she is a little resentful, how do you do that stays true to the character? And we discussed that earlier on to the show. For some reason here, they have decided, the writing team has decided to make Tila not Tila, but instead a very selfish, indignant person, and breaks the first rule of writing, which is don't make your main character unlikable. And they clearly have done that here. They have made the main character unlikable. Now, when it also comes down to the scene that we discussed earlier, where Man-at-Arms Duncan, he bows and he begs for forgiveness. Again, that is an instant reaction to a personal conflict between those two characters. It's not an overall thing, because once he does that, basically he rejects Tila's request to forge the sword, because he says, I have to obey the king's orders. He then sort of turns around and then decides, okay, I will help my daughter on this quest because this is her quest. It's not mine. I am basically the facilitator. And this has actually been done in other stories before, where the father is really just helping out the son. We saw it in Indiana Jones, The Last Crusade. The son, Sean Connery's character, is not the main character in that, even though he's got more information about the Holy Grail. He's got all his books, his journals, all that knowledge. He's deferring to Indiana Jones, and there's a reason for that. It's because this is the point where the son or the child is finally being able to step into their own, and it's at the point where the father, the parent, has to let that child go to the journey. But what we also have here, and I believe it's episode 4, is that even though Man-at-Arms is saying, yes, Tila, I'm going to go and I'm going to protect Grayskull for the time being when you guys come back so we can get the sword forged and all that stuff, he realizes or somehow learns, and I think that's kind of a story error, is like he learns that Tila's in trouble with Merman and all them. So he decides to defy that. He comes and he saves the day, proving that he's still capable, that he is still the Man-at-Arms and still the dad that will look after his kid even when she's been a terrible person to him, because it's love that drives him more than anything else. And he's like, okay, I have now saved you. I'm going back, because that there kind of shows that he's doing what he is as a father. It's like, if I've lied to my child and it has destroyed our relationship, I'm going to be devastated by that. And yes, I will do anything I can to try and rectify that. That is not a woke thing to do. I mean, no matter what you can, I'm not a parent myself, but I have raised a bunch of kids. I have godchildren and things. I've had issues where between myself and my mother, where she has done some horrible things and she has begged for my forgiveness for stuff, which in some cases I've been able to do, in other cases I've been not. But I understand those relationship dynamics. But those relationship dynamics are not necessarily woke. It's basically the methodology behind it. But the story beats that we're seeing here is that this is all driven from the fact that Tila is a character that is written to be completely unlikable for no other reason other than to just be unlikable. And I don't know why they're doing that. They're giving her talking points They're giving her methodologies that you can definitely align with a woke methodology, especially physicality. I mean, she's completely defeminized. There's no denying that. But it just does not seem to resonate to the overtness of what woke would normally be. It almost seems like we're not seeing the forest for the trees in some regards, because I would say only some choices here would be predicated by wokeness. I would say Orko's thing with Evelyn, that's kind of on the line of wokeness, where he was incompetent in his own dimension, when we know that's not the case here. Like we know that's not the case in the actual original part of the characters. We don't see Man-at-Arms as incompetent, and he doesn't make Tila look better through his own incompetence. We actually see him quite capable. I would say that the biggest, not just to point out to Andre, because you're actually very right when she's in Preternia and talking to Adam. Yeah, that is a very woke conversation, because it's all about her and it's not about the situation. That what I would argue is woke. I would say the next one comes right before that, when she's facing off that demon of Skeletor, and she's trying to sacrifice her fear, and she's like, I have no fear. It's like, nope, that's a woke point, because that is basically you are removing an aspect of a character that makes them three-dimensional by saying that they have no fear.
If I may, she did have a fear.
Go ahead.
She did have a fear. She was so incredibly awesome that she didn't know what to do with all her awesomeness.
Exactly. That is the point. Her fear is that she's too good. And that what I would say is a very woke perspective. Because again, it's not real. It's not believable. It's basically make the key to everything type of aspect there, because she was the key to pull that out, because she was so awesome. She didn't need to sacrifice her fear or admit any other fear. It's little bits here and there that can definitely infiltrate that. But it's
you got to do a show called What's Woke. I want you to do every movie, break down
what's woke.
It's really kind of eloquently.
Is it woke?
It's best to try and really identify it specifically, so that you can actually justify why it's bad, because it can be. But the other part too is when you use it in such broad terms, you could probably manipulate that definition to almost be anything. In which case, what's there left to enjoy?
Well, and yeah, basically,
thank you. That's what I want to know what the line is.
Eloquently basically saying what I was trying to say. And Andy, I guess the other question would be what is your definition of woke? Because I ran into the same kind of thing with Bill and Ted. There was a lot of people who up front, and rightfully so, I could see off the surface level would say, oh, that's woke because of this, this, and this. Well, once you actually see the film, none of the things that the characters do in the film are woke. Like the girls are there to they look up to their fathers to a fault. In fact, it's even pointed out by other characters that they wish they would be less like their fathers. So that, even though it had all the elements to make something woke, there was no way watching the film that I could stand there and go, oh, that's not woke in any way, because it doesn't have all those elements. Now, the problem with He-Man, and that's why I can say, the show itself overall may not be woke, because the story itself isn't, as Script just pointed out. It's the people who are telling the story and the choices that they're making for the characters. Because
I meant, again, like, we haven't really seen the male characters really whittled down to the same level that you get in Batwoman, that you get in Star Trek Discovery. I mean, again, Man-at-Arms, he was badass in that moment where he saved everybody from Merman. Like, that was cool. I mean, and
in the final episode where he takes down the Triclops' army.
Yeah, even that point too.
Himself.
Yeah, exactly. It's not it's basically he's come to the rescue there. I mean, from the pattern we have seen of wokeness so far, it's like, no, the man doesn't get to do that.
But to nerd out a little bit, that goes back to the initial point that you brought up, Script, is if you want to tell a story about what would Eternia be like without He-Man and Skeletor, well, that doesn't make it really that much better, because if Man-at-Arms can single-handedly take out Cyclops' army, then what fucking use did Skeletor really, well,
I think that's kind of a
boring story,
I mean, that's kind of to a point, because remember, they were in the original Filmation series, it was Man-at-Arms and Randor were fighting Hordak and Skeletor.
Yes, and that's my point I was going to get to is, really, if Skeletor was gone, and He-Man is gone, you open, and I think that's where Kevin really missed an opportunity here, is you open the door for all kinds of problems, because Skeletor had a lot more minions than you think, and the reason why they were minions was because he was just that much more of a badass than they were, and he would fuck them up, and they know it. But now that he's gone,
they would all be doing their own thing. Yeah.
Exactly. They would all be doing what Triclops is doing and get their asses out there and trying to take over Eternia. So Eternia would be a fucking nightmare, because you wouldn't have anybody to save them.
Be like Mad Max Fury Road, and that would have been a cooler take. But yeah,
Exactly.
That would have, yeah.
every villain was
Yeah,
trying to get in
kind of.
Skeletor's crew, and I felt that way with Triclops. That's why I like that angle. But I agree, we could see more of that. But I got to duck out anyway because I got to go get my.
But thanks for the alternate
But
view.
I just
Andy,
wanted to
and-
Yeah,
say
absolutely.
thank
Yeah,
you guys
thanks for
the
coming.
conversation. Look, my closing argument, and thanks, Script Doctor. That was a really interesting breakdown. Yeah, like just I just want us to be careful on focusing on when the show is lazy and fucking terrible, and not just throwing the woke word, because I know there are other people out there who then won't take it seriously, and they're going to ignore the fact that no, this show is written terribly for a lot of obvious reasons, and that's all. I just was trying to understand the difference between those things. So I appreciate it. Thanks for always having me on there. At the end of the day, Tila as a character, she sucks, and I think Kevin did lie. I'm not here to defend Kevin. I do think this is blowing up to a degree because a lot of people are getting clicks, because I think that is true. A lot of people are caring about this more than I think even Kevin or Netflix expected them to.
I think that's
very
good,
happy
though.
about
It shows
that,
the
too.
power of the brand. That shows the power of the brand.
Anyway, thank you guys always for having me.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah,
Andy.
no.
See all you guys.
Great
Enjoy your
perspective, Andy. Thanks for coming by.
I'll let you guys continue.
Exactly.
Bye, guys.
Andy, thanks for
Take
coming
care.
by. Massive respect, and all of
Well,
that.
on that note, I just want to say, because like I keep pointing out, Tila, all she would have done after Adam and He-Man would have died, she would have been upset she was lied to. But the first thing she would do was hunt down each and every fucking last one of Skeletor's minions and kill them.
Oh,
Right?
probably,
Like,
yeah.
That's
Yeah,
what
yeah,
this
yeah.
show should have went through. You should have had this time period where you see Tila go through this massive like rage fit of killing a bunch of his minions, and then that's why everything's so calm when you get to that point where then you bring in the fact that the magic is dead.
Yeah, like you see Merman on a spit over a fire.
Exactly, because she would be out there just like fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, she'd be pissed.
Yeah, I did like that. The one thing though, they said that if you don't show us the way, we're going to leave you in the sun until you stink like whatever.
That's what Tila would be doing. She'd be out there fucking some shit up. Because she'd be pissed, but not for those reasons. Exactly. Yeah.
If not, or you have like a five side civil war on Eternia, where Merman's doing his thing, Triclops is doing their thing, Beastman is on his own rampage, and it's basically like Tila's like, how do I? It's basically they're going to have force the Eternian Guard to divide and conquer. It's like how can I do that?
Exactly.
like and you've got a great story there as well.
Yeah,
just picture
you're
Kill Bill
completely
with
right.
Tila.
It was the Skeletor keeping them in check. Like for instance, it is part of canon that the way that Trapjaw became so messed up was because he raised an army and then he did the mistake of moving against Skeletor.
Yeah.
This did not work out very well
One thing
for
they
him.
even have underlying in the original series is that all his minions would rather just take over instead of him. They're just there, but they're just putting up with him because he's
he's the most powerful. He's the disciple of Hordak. Like he's and Hordak is apparently more powerful than Skeletor. So you got this cool tier system, and I mean I liked it. I like the original stuff. The one that's going on here is like you just when you just isolate what all the story beats are, you're like, wow, these are all interesting ideas that can actually work. But then you filter them through a likable protagonist in Tila, like who's not really recognizable to the character. It just kind of deflates the actual interesting takes. And I would say one thing that I did actually kind of thought, hey, that's kind of neat, is when Adam is in Eternia, he chooses his actual form, because that's kind of who He-Man's just the muscle, but Adam's like the core character, and I think that was kind of an interesting take there, where comparatively all the others, the previous masters, the previous man who held the sword, or women who held the sword, were their super powered, overcharged selves.
Yeah, like copyright infringement and everything like that.
Exactly. But I thought, hey, that's interesting. I would see, Adam is the core guy. I mean, just because he's got the power of Grayskull running through him, he's still Adam. He's just under the moniker of He-Man, and he would probably want to be himself because that's who he feels he is. And I think that's kind of a cool take. I would completely buy into that. And I saw some people commenting like, why wouldn't he be a superior self? It's like, well, Adam is the superior self, because he's the one that controls and does the things that He-Man does. Like it's still him. It's his soul. it's his mind and knowledge and everything that's running through him. It's just he's just channeling the power so that he can do the things that he can't do as Adam. But the methodology is still there. Yeah.
Let's channel a couple of super chats that we can bring up on screen because they're relevant to the topic at hand.
Sounds great.
T. Neil89 says, I would argue that wokeness and offensively lazy or poor narrative choices have more or less become inseparable. Furthermore, I posit that the distinguishing feature of it is to be obnoxious by design. Script, what do you make of that?
I would say the obnoxious by design is definitely a part of wokeness. Absolutely. The laziness and poor narrative choices becoming inseparable. To a degree, I would say, today's date, it's a lot easier to be like, okay, I don't have to think too much onto this particular choice. I just have to go with what's woke. That's kind of like a lazy perspective. So yeah, I can totally get behind that.
Yeah. And then we have our good friend, filmmaker Alejandro Montoya Marin, who says, what up, gents? I've been tracking your videos. Super intrigued. Haha, I like this new version. Yeah, because here's like the thing. Alejandro, he actually did like this series. And make sure to see him defend it live on Midnight's Edge Espanol tomorrow at this time. So cool. Make sure to check that out. Yeah. Over on Midnight's Edge Espanol, which is now has more than 1,000 subscribers. And Warwolf says, don't forget Horde Prime. Yeah, Horde Prime is pretty cool. Because Horde Prime is the one that's over Hordak again. Like the all-powerful evil. And that's the end of the super chats that I can bring up on screen right now in this moment. I think there's one more. S Sharp says for £5. Script Doctor keeps talking about mistakes in writing. Never considers that if writers come from woke mindset, they won't see it as mistakes. Yeah, that's kind of like the point that I was making. That much of we see, because I still maintain. Mm-hmm. That although there are far more woke productions than this one, the questionable decisions were made by woke people from a mostly ideological perspective. I submit that to be the case. And that appears to be what S. Sharp is saying here as well. Script Doctor, what do you make of that?
Well, no, that comes down to all types of perspective and ideology. If you don't think your point of view is wrong, you're not going to see them as mistakes. I mean, that's your first flaw right there. Basically, there's nothing that we on the outside can really do about that other than, lending our advice, speaking with our wallets before they start to realize that, hey, maybe my line of thinking is not really as progressive as I think it is. And that's a harder thing to do. That's actually kind of like the message that you can take from the original Star Wars trilogy, is that the dark side doesn't think that they're doing anything wrong, because they're seeking for power. And so it's up to Luke to try and convince, Vader that you're not an evil person, you're a good person who's been corrupted. And by the time he does that, that's when Vader, throws the Emperor overboard. It's about the argument of trying to, remove the veil of corruption over top of those that have been corrupted. And it's a very difficult thing to do. It's really, really hard. It's one of the hardest things for anyone to go through, whether you're trying to save someone who has been brainwashed or someone who has been brainwashed into slowly getting those manipulations chipped away and realizing that everything at your core that you thought was your core was wrong. And those are very difficult journeys to overcome. But no, there's not. I don't see an issue with pointing that out at all. Like it's true. If they're woke people and they have fully bought into that rhetoric, all their choices they can justify as being like, these are the right choices because this is what I believe. And to the opposite, whenever I criticize, like, I think those are bad mistakes because this is what I believe, but at the same time I can also bring in other reasons besides my belief as to why those are bad. From the woke perspective, it's really difficult to come up with those counter reasons.
Yeah. Also, a related question, not a super chat, but I thought it was a good one, and I happened to see it. Fear Sundown, which is an awesome name, says, what is Adam's arc in all of this? What is his journey? Does anyone know?
He has.
Now, granted, we only have half the series to judge from so far, but up till this point, Script, what is Adam's journey?
Well, Adam is not the main character, so his journey is basically he's passive. I mean, that's kind of the things that I wasn't really too thrilled about in.
It's along for the ride.
Yeah, he's along for the ride. The arc right now that we're clearly seeing is Tila, and it can go in two directions. Either she doubles down to what has led her to this point by episode 5, or with Adam's reintroduction into, being resurrected, so to speak, she realizes that her entire perspective, what she's been doing since Adam's death, has been wrong, and then she goes for a change. Now, that would fit into the formula of the hero's journey, which is a tragedy has happened and they've now come out changed. And we've seen the first half of that in the first episode. She came out changed in a direction that I don't quite understand how she went that way. But now she's going through a second change in this story, and it's either she's going to recommit to what she was prior and double down, which I would say is bad writing, because again, you're not really changing, you're just doubling down, or she actually realizes, no, what I've been doing is wrong. My perspective is wrong. My denial of Adam, my anger towards everybody for lying to me is all wrong. I understand the value of secrets. I understand why it's a responsibility. And then she's in the position where where we're more familiar with her, where she is, she's an equal to, she's a captain of the guard. She's an equal and soldier to the rest of the people of the characters, because she was in the original Filmation series. And yeah, she's going to be a team player again, as opposed to being this loner, contentious, angry person who is just doing this because, the fate of the universe is at hand, and maybe she finally realizes there's some value to that.
Maybe. And also, the Geiger says for $5 Canadian, thank you so much. Andy was right that it's not woke, but it is intersectional, especially with Tila. MOTU has been twitted, and there's fingerprints of it all over.
Intersectional might be, yeah, I could see that with Tila, intersectional, yeah.
Yeah, and like the two, they kind of go hand in hand, don't they? So yeah, that's absolutely a valid point.
Because right now, like, I'm in the position where it's like, okay, I'm watching a feature film, and now my power has gone out halfway through, and I was like, I don't know what's going to happen next, and I don't know if things are going to be justified, or if the rest of the movie is going to be as peculiar and I would say poorly taken as it has so far. Because that's where I am. It's like, okay, I got 5 more episodes, and I'm listening to the showrunner say that it's this, and the evidence is to the contrary of that. So yeah, there's a lot more questions at this point for me, at least.
Yeah, and answering some, Wolfbane makes a prediction. Adams comes back in episode 6, and his arc for the rest of the season is needing to apologize for keeping a secret, and possibly his privilege.
That would be woke.
Yeah, it absolutely would be. Yeah.
Yeah, and and just to kind of move along in the thing, like even Kevin Smith is not 100% to blame, because as you see, the media is going after the fans too. Look at headlines like this: Kevin Smith made Netflix's Masters of the Universe Revelation specifically to please He-Man fans.
Yeah, especially one fan, especially one.
Definitely the one that was signing the checks, yeah.
Yeah, especially that one fan. And everyone else, he just assumed to go along for the ride. But yeah. Is there anything else in this article other than sniting at how horrible the fans are? And unappreciative, I would imagine?
Oh, I can run through it here real quick. Let's see here. It's a bit, not too bad, hopefully, but in early 2019, the iconoclastic, if I'm saying that right, iconoclastic, yeah, I guess I did. Filmmaker, podcast host, and foul-mouthed bon vivant got a call from his agent, Mattel, the toy company wanted to meet. They required that Smith sign an NDA first. So Smith asked where the offices were located. He's like, El Segundo. I'm like, fucking Santa Monica? I'm not going out there. Smith said. So I passed. And then they called back, and he was like, they said they'll come to your house. And I was like, all right, that's great. Yeah, send them over. I'll talk about whatever they want to talk about. Sometime later, Rob David, vice president of content creative at Mattel Television, rolled up to Smith's Hollywood Hills home. After Smith signed the NDA, David explained why he was there. He wanted Smith to help him make a Netflix series based on the 1980s animated kids show He-Man and the Masters of the Universe. Anyone familiar with Smith's sous genois if I'm saying that right, probably not, of profane indies like Clerks, Chasing Amy, and Dogma, might be surprised that Mattel would think of Smith as the right creative shepherd for earnest swords and sorcery property about a hulking Adonis in a furry Speedo and chestplate. Smith certainly was. I never would have put it together, he said. He was a young teenager during He-Man's run from 1983 to 85, and he wasn't exactly a diehard fan. I almost hate watched it because I was like, this show's for babies, he said. They have one of the baddest ass villains in history, Skeletor, visually incredible, and all he did was some somersaults and not really fight. Nobody ever got stabbed, but it was the 80s, so you watched everything that was on TV. David, however, had a specific pitch for Smith. Mattel was already working with Netflix on a CG animated He-Man series that would reboot and update the property for a new generation of children. And the company was developing a live-action feature film adaptation that would also bring He-Man's World of Eternity into the 21st century cinematic context. But David and Netflix director of original series Ted Biaselli had hit upon a third approach to the property, a show that would be for the adult fans who grew up loving He-Man. David said, not to even reimagine, let's just do a direct continuation of the classic 80s era. Separate from his film work, Smith had authored comic book runs of Marvel's Daredevil and DC's Green Arrow in the late 1990s and early 2000s, and David greatly admired for... That's worded funnily, but anyway, greatly admired for their feisty to subject matter with none of Smith's signature dick and fart jokes. He'd taken some of the great stuff that Frank Miller had done with Daredevil and found a way to honor that, but build on it, David said. David and Biaselli wanted Smith to do the same with He-Man. Take the show from the 1980s and continue that story with those characters, only now for an adult audience. Finally, He-Man and Skeletor could really battle, and one or both could get stabbed. Biaselli's like, I yearned to watch a show I thought I was watching in childhood that's what I'm looking for here. The same show, but people can die. Can you do that? Smith said. And I was like, that's the only thing I can do. Honestly, if it had been anything else outside of that, if they were like, we want you to reinvent this for a modern age, that would have scared me. That would have scared me off creatively, because I'm not that inventive, Smith continued. And also because I know that what the fan base reacts like when they don't get the thing they grew up watching. You think I'm going to be the fall guy for that? If I'm involved in a thing, it's going to be true to what it is. It's going to be true to the franchise. And he still lied. Because this is the thing, and I'm not to stop here, but Kevin has in the past turned down a lot of things because of this reason, which is another reason why I'm pissed he took this on. Because he wasn't a fan. Because he knew, because of things that he was fans of, he didn't want to be the fall guy. Like, he was offered like Green Hornet and a bunch of other movies in the past that he could have made, that he just like, no, I'm not getting involved. He even, was involved famously in Superman Lives, for fuck's sake. I mean, he knows how these things can go. I don't know if anybody wants to comment on what we read so far, but anyway.
Well, the reason he doesn't want to do that was because of his time doing Superman Lives. He's realized, like, I'm not the guy for this.
Well, not just that, yeah, but he understands the responsibility. He understands the weight. So you would think that he would have the respect for that, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah,
well, he also knows his skill level, too.
Yeah, all of that actually does sound fine, if you ask me. The problem is what is it? One more time. What it doesn't say here is the problem, which is basically that Ted Biaselli has some really warped opinions. And story ideas, like this thing about making a series for adults. This is all good and well, but he wasn't the only one to have that. Like we mentioned, like what's his name from Mattel? Rob David?
Yeah.
Is that it? Yeah. He's the guy, one of the guys in charge of the DC comic book Superman. Like there were several storylines and many writers, but for the best runs, which was the Eternity War and the miniseries or the regular series preceding it, he was always the story consultant, meaning that he came up with the basic story, and later on he actually stepped in to become like head writer over the course of Eternity War. That's very adult. I mean, that was a brutal series. So it's not like that's something that's completely unique and only Ted Biaselli could think about it. Ted Biaselli is the one who gets credit. But this Mattel guy, he has some really, really good ideas. He knows the lore. He knows his Masters of the Universe, which is very clear from the comics. And maybe this children's series that he's the one writing, I'm actually more optimistic for that now. Yeah, the art is like weird from our point of view, but it's not for us. It's to rope in the next generation, which is needed for the brand to have a future. But again, this article here is all good. What they don't say is why fans are angry. And that's because really Smith did two mistakes. One is that he spoke a little bit too much in public. He responded to tweets he never should have. And he didn't challenge Ted Biaselli. He decided, oh, all right, okay, you want this? Well, let's do this then. And based on his earlier interview, I don't see anyone challenging Biaselli in any way, shape, or form. They just assumed, well, this guy's a fan, so he must speak for what the fans want. And a fan he very well may be, but speak for what the rest of the fan base wanted, he most certainly did not. And that, of course, is something that's missed in this article, like everything else, because it would mess with the narrative that fans are horrible, horrible people and they must never be catered to, because that's kind of like the underlying message here, isn't it? They tried to make this for the fans. Mm-hmm. And the fans were so horrible that they still didn't appreciate it.
Yeah, and it goes on here. And yet a little more than 24 hours after the debut of Masters of the Universe Revelation on Netflix, and despite near universal glowing reviews from critics, the show has been review bombed by users posting to Rotten Tomatoes and IMDb. In the general consensus among those upset, Smith had indeed not given the fans the thing they grew up watching. Namely, he had not given them He-Man. By any reasonable measure, Smith, David, and the rest of the creative team were successful in achieving what they set out to do: make a series that looks and feels sophisticated adult continuation of He-Man, the animated series from the 80s. Beloved sci-fi composer Bear McCreary wrote a sweeping score that takes the story seriously. Several locations from the original show are smartly utilized, and nearly 24 characters, Trapjaw, Triclops, Stinkor, make memorable appearances. The animation, led by directors Patrick Stannard and Adam Conroe, pays loving attention to the design aesthetic of the original. Characters drive vehicles that evoke the tie-in He-Man toy line while upgrading it for an adult eye and sensibility. One example, while He-Man and his alter ego Prince Adam are still voiced by the same actor, this time by Supergirl's Chris Wood, Adam is now a scrawnier, more normal-looking young man instead of a hulking Adonis who looks exactly like He-Man in regular clothing.
Yeah, now, this was done 20 years ago as well in the 2000 series.
And let's also be clear.
Adam as a 16-year-old at the time, where I think the original He-Man, Adam is like in his 20s.
Yeah, and let's also point out how much they keep bringing up that it's supposed to be basically a sequel to the 80s show that they can't make a sequel to without paying for. Right. Like, that's another thing that bothers me about all these articles. Because once again, Smith has come out and had to, reiterate it's a spiritual sequel because we don't own the rights. As we're going to be having a video coming out about that and so much more soon. Like, that's another thing that I love how they keep overlooking. Let's see here. In the first episode, however, Smith, David, and the rest of the creative team made the bold creative decision. He-Man seemingly dies, as does Skeletor, voiced by Mark Hamill, as a result of a cataclysmic battle that also leaves Eternia devoid of all magic. While He-Man appears in flashbacks for the rest of the first half of the season, he is missing in action from the main story. Instead, He-Man's friends and even some of his enemies have to figure out how to bring magic back to Eternia and all of existence and save all of his existence doing so. In this quest, they're led reluctantly by He-Man's former loyal compatriot Teela, voiced by Sarah Michelle Gellar, aka LGB Teela, who is still feeling devastated and is betrayed by as the only one in He-Man's inner circle who never knew he was also Prince Adam. And that's not even true. In speaking with Variety,
that's a complete lie and fabrication.
Yeah. It's clear that the creators and cast of Revelation only ever wanted to please fans of the show by getting to do things the original never could. Real stakes and real consequences, with nuanced characters imbued with genuine pathos and psychology maturity. But it's also clear that Revelation is a textbook case of precarious tightrope walking trying to please fans of a legacy franchise while also trying to avoid merely regurgitating what came before, especially given that the world of extremely online fandoms almost always exclusively is driven by men. Have not responded well when a property previously led by a man suddenly has a woman as center stage. So here we go with the same point that Andy was kind of trying to get to, and I'm not saying that the point doesn't need to be brought up, but that's not what we've been saying all this time. And as Script so eloquently put, it's not about the story itself; it's how it was done and how these characters are presented and how they're portrayed in the grand scheme of things and written by these people. That's the problem. So I don't know if anybody else wants to comment on that, but otherwise,
no, you're right. It's basically we have an unlikable protagonist that is definitely channeling certain aspects of a political ideology, but like the story beats are not woke at all. It's like, oh, they have to go reforge the sword, so they got to find the two different halves of the sword. That's not a woke story point. That's a cool story point. It's just the fact that we have this really unlikable character. Who seems to have no real flaw other than the fact that she's a pain in the ass, which I don't think the creators realize that aspect. And so it's kind of off-putting watching this person who we shouldn't like succeed when by all accounts in reality that behavior, that attitude would actually cause them to fail quite often.
Yeah. All right. Andre, anything to say before I move on?
No, carry on. I think we got it covered.
Yeah, because I think we're getting close to the end here, hopefully. After Wood won the role of He-Man, I went for it just screaming, "I have the power!"
I don't believe that for 1 second.
I don't believe that either, because I was really disappointed with his call to the power.
It was so bad. He was
lame.
He was bad.
Yeah.
He's like the second worst He-Man voice so far. Maybe even the worst. Like the New Adventures He-Man, he wasn't great either. But then again, he was Cam Clark. No, it wasn't. Sorry,
no, Cam Clark was the name. But anyway,
because like it was the guy who did He-Man in the 1990 series. He was Man at Arms in the 2002 series, and he was amazing at that. Mm-hmm. He wasn't such a great He-Man.
Yeah, the one thing about the 1990 series is the voice cast is fucking horrendous.
So bad. That's the worst voice cast ever.
You got fucking Skeletor sounding like fucking Jackie Mason or whatever.
Yeah, and he was the best one.
Oh, you say that, but I'm just like, oh god, that's why I don't watch it. I can't because of that fucking voice acting. It's just, I know the story's there, but it's just like
the story is good, but the art is crap, and the voice voice is worse. Especially those three scientist guys. That's like there's like 3 Jar Jar Binks.
All right. Well, anyway, moving on with this. I went for it. Discovering that the first script, his character appears to die. I was indeed a shock. It was indeed a shock. I read it and I was like, wait, is that it? Is this how it happens? He said, is this it? Is there more? As anyone who has seen all 5 episodes of Revelation knows, there was more for Wood to do, especially in episode 5, since neither Skeletor nor Adam really did die. But David's initial pitch to Smith kept Adam alive the entire time. In the midst of the massive battle at Castle Grayskull, Skeletor breaks the vessel containing all magic on Eternia, and He-Man is forced to split the Sword of Power in two in order to contain the ensuing explosion. In David's version, Adam survived, robbed of his ability to become He-Man. He spends the rest of the series figuring out how to build himself back up to his former glory. Yeah, I don't know if I would have done that either, but hey. Kevin thought that was terrific, said David. And then he went up to me and said, what if we don't just break the Sword of Power? What if we actually break Adam too? What if he dies when we flash forward a few years and we really get to explore that? Also, what is it for the world without He-Man? Well, we already had that in David's pitch, but there you go. Right there. That proves my point. Kevin Smith came in and Jason Goes to Hell, He-Man. And his history shows that doesn't work. I granted, I give Adam Marcus the credit for trying to do something different than teenagers having sex in the woods and Jason stalking them in a hockey mask, as always. But you cannot have your crowd's expectations subverted in that way. To go back to Script's point, when you have a movie called Jason Goes to Hell and Jason's name is in the fucking title, even if it was just called Friday the 13th, in this case, Masters of the Universe without He-Man, you still have the expectation that you're going to see Jason hacking a bunch of teenagers. So when you have a series called MOTU, you have the expectation you're going to see He-Man. But let's be real. We even said you can still tell a story without He-Man, or what the world will be like without He-Man, and have it be interesting. But the problem was, as Script and I pointed out, the writers and the writing, not the actual story. In breaking the story for Revelation, though, Smith and David pulled out books of lore for He-Man and Eternia created by Mattel over the decades since the toy was first created. Between David's commitment to the history of He-Man and Biacelli's bone-deep love for original show, Smith felt like he had guardrails keeping him from going too far afield. Besides, his mandate was to make a He-Man show where the characters could actually die. What better way to make that clear than killing the show's main hero and villain from the jump? All we have to do is not disavow anything, Smith said. Nobody's saying, hey, man, everything you knew about He-Man was wrong. It's like, no, everything you knew was absolutely right. And now this is what happened. And they finally had their epic battle. And what happened after that? Even though this is a love letter to the 1980s version of Masters of the Universe, we didn't want to rest on that, added David. In order for something to be alive, it's got to have the capacity to surprise you. It has to have the capacity to grow. Once Wood understood the approach, he loved it. It was jarring, but in a real amazing way. Because Skeletor and He-Man, there was no real urgency or life-death stakes to their battles in the original, he said. With He-Man's death locked in, Smith looked at the characters who were left in Eternia who could drive the story for the next 4 episodes. One jumped to the fore. Teela was particularly interested in because she had been fucking lied to her entire life, Smith said. So here we go. He's the one to blame for this shit. And that, to me, was drama. How does it feel to be lied to, Kevin?
Yeah, and also, no, she is not singled out. I mean, the parents didn't know. No one else in the court knows. So this is completely ridiculous that they try to make like such a big deal out of it. I mean, yeah, it's fine. She gets to be a little bit angry, but she also is a professional. Like, she needs to have track of the bigger picture here. I mean, the real Teela would get over that pretty quickly.
Well, it's not just that. It's like, as I mentioned earlier, the lie, it is a drama, but it's how you take it. And the fact of the matter is, for Teela's perspective from the character of the original series, it would be, I've treated Adam this way. I feel terrible I treated Adam this way. I can't believe I never got to do the things that I would have done had I known. And then you come back with that's like, okay, so that's not really something that you can be really angry about. It's more with regards to like why they kept it or that they kept it. It's the fact that because I didn't know, I behaved in a way that I probably otherwise wouldn't have. And there's drama to that there. But this one here is like, it's not about that. It's the fact that you didn't trust me. It's a trust issue thing, as opposed to, what that lie actually meant and did. And the fact that Teela, if she was ready for Man at Arms, she'd be like, it's a decision I probably would have had to have done this myself. And I hate the fact that I have to admit that. And that could be something of character drama for her. But instead, she's indignant. She's dismissive. She's selfish. It's like, those are not character traits for Teela.
Yeah. That about sums it up. Is there anything more of this article to go through, Tom? Or shall we go through some super chats?
There is, but we should probably hit some super chats as well. Because this is the one I was telling you about where they talk about Wrath of Khan, where he calls the original He-Man woke. This is where he tells the fans to grow up. This is the one that I was talking about. Yeah, in episode 2, let's get through the, because I know there's quite a bit here yet, actually.
Let's not go through everything, but the highlights.
As I said here,
what I want to point out though that Mecha J says for $5, this whole article looks pre-written.
It is.
It was made way before the show came out.
Well, I don't know about that, but it's definitely written in a way to take a lot of the heat off Kevin.
Oh yeah,
it's to try and draw some focus onto David and Biacelli, or Biacelli, however you say his name. But yeah, they talk about a little bit more about Teela. And then they get into, this is where I was talking about where David's favorite films are Empire Strikes Back and Wrath of Khan. And that's where I feel like that's where they took a lot of story beats from Wrath of Khan and Search for Spock, as was brought up by Kelvington last night on Doomcock's stream, and I agree with him. And then, like you said, they got the quote right here where he tells us to grow up. He says, you really fucking think Mattel Television, who hired me and paid me money, wants to do a fucking Masters of the Universe show without He-Man? Grow the fuck up, man. No, you're the one who did a show without He-Man. That's what you need to own, Kevin.
Yeah, and also here's like the thing that if they may not have wanted it, but if Netflix says that we're going to do it this way, then Mattel, they can choose. Do we then go to somewhere else, or do we let Netflix do it their way and accept the money on a property we're soon going to lose anyway?
Yeah, and then we got the Geller quote I was talking about earlier, where she thought, oh, Tila was just a sidekick and all that kind of crap, but then she realized she's the show. That goes on for a little bit here. So yeah, just to kind of get through this so we can get to the super chats and stuff, because I know we're running long. But yeah. Trying to find the quote. Yeah, here it is right here. I know there's some people who are like, hey man, this show's woke. He said, I'm all like, all right, great. Then so the original cartoons were fucking sequelizing. Go watch it again. There are girls in every episode. Deal with it. Okay, there's a lot wrong with this statement right here. And I want to let Andre and Script at it first.
Script, let's hear from you, because I'll do a separate editorial on this very soon. So I want to hear your thoughts.
I don't think I would say I didn't realize the woke. I guess what's the word I'm looking for? The woke threshold was that as long as once women are in it, it becomes woke. It's like that.
Yeah, that's true. Again, that's a straw man from their point of view.
Yeah, I mean, no, I mean, one of the reasons they made She-Ra is because they realized that He-Man itself was also appealing to women or girls.
Yeah, I have the percentage. 20% of the Masters of the Universe audience were girls. That's what they picked up on. Like, whoa, 20%. Let's spin this off.
Yeah, and I mean, even for myself as a kid, like when I was watching the show, before I understood more dynamics between men and women relationships, I was like, oh man, Tila, I want to marry her. And then She-Ra is like, oh, She-Ra, I want to marry her. Like I'm, like the toddler, like 4 or 5 year old kid, because they were really interesting characters, and they're beautiful, and they're strong and independent, and they helped people, and they didn't deny help when it was offered, and they were very agreeable, fun, interesting characters as a kid. I don't see any problem with that, and I would hardly call that perspective or the methodology behind those original characters as they were anything close to woke, because they did not tear down anyone else around them.
No, exactly. And to me, that's like the most important point, is that what they did then is that they empowered and they built up without anyone being torn down in the process. Whereas now, and to me, this is one of the hallmarks of the woke, is that you take certain groups and you highlight them at the expense of others that actively must be torn down, dismissed, and treated as villainous in the process, that haven't really done anything. They just have to be put in their place. To me, that's one of the hallmarks.
Yeah, I would say, it's a negative transactional relationship.
Yeah. Whereas there was nothing like that in the original series. I remember, like, I even enjoyed watching She-Ra myself, because like the resistance stuff, that was all fine. But then you had the evil horde, which was just enough like He-Man that it was like cool still. And especially the episodes when both He-Man and Skeletor showed up. And there were quite a lot of them in season 2 there of She-Ra.
Yeah, like how often was Bo humiliated in She-Ra? I can't really think of any instances of that.
Bo, he may have looked kind of like a big dork, but he was a badass.
Yeah, like, oh no, he had a terrible costume, I would say.
Yeah.
But
but again, he was made for the female toy line, so he was like a little bit more slender with a heart and everything, because he wasn't part of like the Masters of the Universe toy line. No one expected any boys to go out and buy toys of Bo. The girls were to do that, so he was basically like the Ken to the Barbie.
Yeah, there's never a point I can think of the show where he does something and she was like, oh, that's not good enough, I got to do it now. It's like, if anything, she would be like, Bo, can you hit this thing with your arrow? And he's like, I've got it. And that was the relationship. It was never step aside or anything of that nature. Let the lady go.
Well, and that was because of the nature of the work environment that Lou Scheimer fostered, especially getting his wife and daughter involved in so much.
Yeah, I was yeah. Like we all grew up with Lou Scheimer and his daughter, ironically. with Erika Scheimer, I believe her name was.
I think so.
Yeah, or still is, if she's still with us. I don't recall.
Yeah, so I think she still is. Yes. And Polly wants us to check the. Okay. Where are we at here? I don't see nothing, Polly. I'm not sure what you're getting at, but okay.
Check DMs. Okay.
Yeah. All right. But anyhow, yeah. I mean, my response to this, unless since you want to save yours a little bit, Andre, I guess.
Oh yeah, I got it. He sent it to me. Yeah, sure, Polly. I'll send Polly the link here, so Polly can hop in.
Oh yeah.
Just give me 1 second, Polly, and yeah.
Sadie's
and then we'll carry on with these super chats and everything.
Yeah, we got to get back to those. But yeah, this is what we've been saying all this time. The original show wasn't woke. It was diverse, had strong female characters. And here we go with Kevin actually saying sequelizing. Now, this has been one of my biggest points of contention. This is why I feel like it needs to be stated up and down and left and right 12 times till Sunday. And since we have a few more people than we normally do in this chat, there is a big separation in the rights for He-Man, and we have a big video coming out about that. And for Kevin to say this is kind of damning in some ways.
Well, not as such, because he's only referring strictly to the Filmation series,
which is
that kind of would have been an issue anyway, because even if Mattel owned the He-Man rights, they still would not necessarily own the rights to the Mattel series. So that in and of its own doesn't have to mean all that much.
No, but he says the original cartoon we're fucking sequelizing.
Yeah.
Which that's my point.
Yeah, that's true. So, but it's all made on license from the original rights holder anyway. It's just a matter of which license and how much they paid for it, and what's included with it.
Welcome, Paulie.
But yeah, greetings, Paulie. How's it going?
Hey, it's going pretty good. Welcome. Thank you. Monday. Hey, Script Doctor.
Hey, Paulie.
Hey, so I know it's been a great show you guys been having, a great audience. I just wanted to pop in really quick to talk about what we're doing on the Espanol channel this week, if I could.
Yeah, absolutely. We teased it a little bit already, actually.
Okay.
Because we did, because we had tomorrow's guests show up earlier in the chat here.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
He's got balls, man. I love him. I love Alejandro, and he's first of all, he's a huge fan of Midnight's Edge, and a kick-ass little filmmaker. He's but yeah, he's like he wants to come and defend the show, and which is cool. I think it's gonna be a great conversation. So we're gonna have filmmaker Alejandro Marin come in tomorrow and go. We'll go head to head with Geek Tropology on the Espanol page channel tomorrow, and we're excited because we should be expecting a larger than usual crowd, because I think at this point have tripled our audience since last Thursday. Our
that
subs.
Sounds about right. Yeah.
We've tripled our subs since last Thursday because of our He-Man in Espanol coverage. If you think that the fandom in English has been ruthless on Kevin, boy, Kevin, you're lucky you don't speak Spanish, boy. Because
I was saying earlier.
Were you saying that?
I was pointing out how, do I need to bring out the Spanish version of the He-Man theme for fuck's sake? No, the He-Man is a very big property in the Latino community. So, and it's clear that, with the attention that I brought up, that's how we know, because the videos we've been posting on Midnight's Edge Espanol, as you just pointed out, pretty much tripled the attention that we got over there before. But yeah, they don't like this. You guys don't like this. I mean, I mean, not you specifically, but I mean, the Latino community are not happy with what they're doing here.
Yeah, exactly. And looking at our demo, these are new audience members from Mexico. What were the other ones? Argentina, Spain, Peru. I mean, this is we're so just amazed, and we've put up our our.
Would you
our
say they would
third-
call He-Man a mucho vato?
A mucho vato? I
No.
don't know, homie.
Help me out here. We need what do they call He-Man in Spanish?
Well, He-Man.
He-Man.
Yeah,
It's just He-Man?
It's just He-Man.
No. He-Man.
He-Man.
That
Yeah.
sucks.
No, it doesn't.
It needs to be
you're
something
thinking of
cool.
French. In
That
French,
is cool.
I think
He-Man.
it's Musclor.
He-Man.
I think
No,
the
no,
French
no,
called
no,
it
no,
Musclor
no.
or something like that. But
Maybe Diego or Geek Tropology in the chat.
It's got to have some cool ass name, and no, that sucks.
You know what, man? Just chill.
He
exactly.
hombre.
Yeah. No, it's He-Man. El He-Man. Yeah.
El
El
Mano?
He-Man.
He-Man X.
So that's gonna be thrilling, because we've now the channel. I believe, Andre, we're monetized. We're just waiting for YouTube to catch up.
No, we are not yet. We have the requirement. We have the watch hours, but YouTube is always a day and two behind of those. It takes like time.
Yeah,
for it to go
takes a
through
few
all
days.
stuff, so it's going to take a couple of days still. But we have all the watch hours and then some to be monetized.
So thank you to everybody. But so tomorrow 9 a.m. we'll have the debate discussion, and you're gonna love Alejandro. He's a fantastic guy, fantastic filmmaker.
On the morning show before, for those that recall, we've actually had him here on the main channel when we spoke about his movie, which was actually quite fun. I don't recall the episode, but if you head on over to Midnight's Edge Live Archives and just run through the morning show playlist, you'll find it there.
Well, Andre, it was the first week that we debuted Midnight's Edge Español, so it would be the week of Cinco de Mayo. You can catch that, and we less than 3 months we hit monetization. I think we're even hitting around almost 1,200 subs at this hour. We're getting there. I mean, it's like every hour it's popping. It's just crazy. And then what we're gonna do is a He-Man watch party. And we're still working that out, but we're going to watch the first couple episodes of 2012.
Yeah, the first 3 episodes of the 2002 series. Yeah. The three-part pilot called In the Beginning, because many people, they feel that they need to wash out the bad taste of the Revelations, and what better way to do that than watch He-Man at his best, which is the 2002 series, honestly.
Yeah.
And many people haven't seen that, so on Thursday on Midnight's Edge Español, so this one is going to be English friendly. You're all invited, where we will be watching the first 3 episodes of the 2002 series with you. So whether you've seen it before or you've never seen it, you just hear the great stuff, then just come and join us there. Yes, and our live streams on El Filo tend to be pretty much 60-40 Spanish to English. So you can, if you don't know Spanish, you can keep up and you'll actually learn some words, but we have a great time on our channel.
Then sometimes I show up.
Yeah.
And then sometimes you show up and totally distract us.
Yeah. And sometimes I show up and bring us back to topic again.
I just sit there and throw out random shit in Spanish.
You really do. But yeah, thanks.
I try to get in on the conversation sometimes.
You do. But then you're just like say random shit. But muchísimas gracias otra vez a toda la gente that are new to Midnight's Edge Español y también aquí. That you are, the comments again in our 4 videos in Spanish are just amazing. These are like hardcore fans, Andre, from around the world.
Well, on that, speaking of fans, that actually hits on this next point in this article that's almost done. So let's finish this up.
Okay.
Never one to mince words, Smith couldn't hide his frustration with fans, taking issue with a show that at one point they hadn't seen yet. It's been interesting to see who truly is a hardcore fan. Here we go. He said, because anybody that's like, oh man, there's not enough He-Man or something like that doesn't understand the show we based it on. Are you sure about that? And is that exactly what we're saying? There were episodes where he lost the sword and never became He-Man. It wasn't like He-Man always saved the day. His friends helped him. That was the fucking point of the show. Oh, really? We get that, Kevin, but you're totally missing that. Now that the show is premiered, there's no denying that He-Man isn't around all that much. Oh, really? But some of the backlash could also be a misread of the final moments of the first half of the series, which hinges on a massive cliffhanger. Now, I think this is something you're probably going to get into tomorrow as well, Paulie. In their quest to unify the Sword of Power to bring back magic to Eternia, LGBT and her friends discover Prince Adam is alive in Preternia, a kind of Edenic afterlife for Eternia's fallen heroes. In a moment of selflessness, knowing that he can never return to Preternia again, Adam decides to follow his friends back to Castle Grayskull. Only after he's guilted to shit by Teela, but anyway. And she even tries guilting like King Grayskull and shit into coming. Did you catch that shit, guys? Like, not like so directly, but kind of in a weird way. Like, didn't you ever want to go back and help us or anything like that? She kind of said, I can't remember, but yeah.
Well, I will say that I don't know what to expect tomorrow.
Well, I kind of have an idea, but
it's gonna be fire, and it's gonna be a great conversation.
Comics might show up.
And so we'll see. I think it's gonna be first of like, you know, kind of just thanking the crowd, our new audience, and then getting into I really want Alejandro to lay out his argument, and then we go into it. So I'm expecting a good debate. But I do have to go. I just wanted to drop in and thank you guys. You know, we're in fact, I got to go meet with the Mexican Iron Man right now. But Midnight's Edge, Espanol, After Dark, everything is just firing on all cylinders. And thank you guys.
Excellent. Yeah, all right. Take care.
Mexican Iron Man's actually busy, as you hear. So, like, yeah, he's been listening the whole time, though, I guess.
Yeah.
Hello, Mike.
He's pumped and ready for tomorrow, and he was pumped during our debate with Andy as well. So,
he's just as upset as I am.
And with that, Tom,
take care.
Yeah, take care.
Later, Paul.
Have a good one,
Tom, was there more to highlight this article?
Well, there's like Adam's not dead. He's very wounded. In the light of the whole world on fire in terms of destroying fandom, you take He-Man out and be like, that's it. He's gone by. Now that they've done what they really, it's just them going on with more excuses. A lot of part 2 is in which Skeletor has the power. When we get to say, well, what made Adam special? What does it mean to have the power? Because like I already knew, it's going to be a lot more about Adam, and then we wouldn't see He-Man again until probably the last episode, as we talked about earlier. Again, reinforcing my point that Jason goes to hell, He-Man. No, I mean, I guess a point could be made also that they kind of Jake Skywalkered He-Man, but we haven't seen that point yet. So I don't know if I'd go really that far.
There yet.
Yeah. I was gonna say, even though Andre, I know that was the title of one of your recent editorials. I just don't know if I go to that. Jason Goes to Hell to me seems like a better.
Adam did not deny the power sword. He doesn't hate Matt. I mean, if anything, Jake Skywalker Teela.
It's not so much that He-Man himself's been ruined; it's just that he's been deleted for his own show. And then in the process, he was replaced by an unlikable LGBT. That's kind of what my problem is. Yeah, they kind of John Connored He-Man, as Silver Nova says here. Yeah, exactly.
I'm almost looking at Teela like the faker version of Teela. Like that's what this is.
Yeah, kind of. That would be some review.
Well, and you see all the echoes of Star Trek and Empire Strikes Back in the show. It's clearly the structure, and then you even have the scene with Teela and facing her fears and all that shit. It's all there. But anyhow.
Yeah.
Let's get back to some super chats.
Yes, let's get back to some super chats. First, I want to see if there's some I can bring up on screen here. Nope. Then we go straight into the classic super chats that I can't bring up on screen, so you just have to listen to the vintage ones. Your Muslim uncle says for $1.99, more like Mila. Yeah, kind of like, she was all me all the time. I can see that. Michael Tate says for $5, another franchise trying to appeal to the SJWs that will never support the product. Hardcore fans are the ones who buy the merch and goes to conventions. Yeah, and they're the pissed off ones right now. Electric Barbarella 27 says Tila's anger reaction is contrived drama, as the writers weren't capable to write a genuine act that made sense for their own goals. Andrew 46 and 2 says, who cares about the last 5 episodes? A poop sandwich still tastes like poop even if you get dessert after. Costas Lavranos says for 10 Canadian dollars, the response from Kevin Smith that Netflix doesn't care about the backlash strikes me as short-sighted. The Last Jedi made money, but destroyed the franchise. Now, this is a very good point, so much that I'm going to take the effort to actually copy this one, take it through 2 other steps that I have to do to get it in here and get it up on screen. First, Wolfbane said, can you read that, Tom? Because I
think it's Liga Beta. I think it's Liga Betila and the Masters of the Universe.
Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah.
Yeah. Also there are more super chats. We just haven't gotten to them. Also, Wolfbane, we know there's others. We'll get to them in the end. But for right now, Costas Lavranos said the response from Kevin Smith that Netflix doesn't care about the backlash strikes me as short-sighted, and this is something that Kevin Smith said at this town hall event, where basically he said that he was like really worried that Netflix were going to cancel the whole thing because of the backlash and the audience rating and stuff. And he was told that no, we don't care about any of that. If anything, it's good, shows interest. Script, do you think there's anything to that they don't care about the backlash in the slightest? What do you think that they actually do look at to assess whether there is anything to move forward with there?
They look at the basic arithmetic, which is that for Netflix, they say, okay, we have 200 million subscribers, and how many interactions are we getting that are negative compared to that? And if it doesn't move the needle, which unfortunately I would say is something shy of a million individual people that they can probably track, I think they would say, yeah, that's inconsequential. It's not going to hurt us. And that's kind of what it's like with the big studio systems overall anyways, is that if the numbers if the negative numbers don't actually have a significant impact over the overall numbers, they're not going to care. And that's a really difficult thing for people who would be against this type of thing to do, because sadly the majority of the audiences are not going to be of that ilk, so to speak. It's basically just a corporate take on something, as opposed to a creative take, where Kevin was kind of right. He's like, oh man, we have like 700,000 people that are really upset right now. That's a creative. That shows that he's still got a sense of the pulse of who he's trying to appeal to, and there's some value to that. I mean, I'm not going to defend him for the rest of the stuff he said, but that's a smart thing for a creator to do. Is like, I pissed off 700,000 people at least, or maybe even close to 1 million, or potentially more. That's not good for me. That's not good for what I'm trying to do. That's not good for the brand. I should probably, fix something. But when the people that signed the checks, the powers that be, are saying, listen, compared that to 200 million, that's nothing. That's like one noisy person in the classroom going, heckling at a show that everybody else is liking, as far as we can tell. And I'm like, that's a weird mentality to have, but I can understand their perspective. I don't agree with it, but I can understand that perspective.
That's kind of the early bit of Star Wars and Star Trek, the way they reacted, but I don't think they really saw, what was coming down. And
I don't think that thing can grow over time.
Yeah, and not only that, I don't think they're realizing the only reason this is getting any attention is because of the negativity. Like, let's be real, and I brought it up before. The proof is in the pudding. In our past reporting on He-Man, nobody gave a shit about the movies. Nobody's really given too much of a shit about a lot of any of the previous reporting we've done. But now all of a sudden, because of this series, because of the way it was presented, the way it was, and it was presented as such a love letter to the classic He-Man fans, and the way this all went down, and the way Kevin lied and Orko died. I mean, that's the only reason this is being talked about now. Let's be honest with each other. Like, I'm not oblivious to that. Like, I would be the only one watching He-Man besides me and Andre. Like, there wouldn't be that many people who would be watching this shit if we knew up front what this was, and you know, they weren't presenting it as this whole other thing that it was supposed to be, and it wouldn't have blew up like this. Like it would just been like, because it's still not even that well. Like it never even hit the top 5 that I know of on Netflix. Like because they show
that's the other part, which I think Netflix is really happy about. It's in the conversation, and
but it's not really being watched that much. I don't think
with Netflix's model, it's not enough that you watch the shows. It's like just don't cancel the subscription. That's basically all they care about.
In that respect, you're right. Script. I totally agree with you there. And Larry, thank you so much for being a member.
Yes, welcome. And also, Script, a follow-up question to that, to Smith's statements about Netflix. Joey wonders, isn't that throwing Netflix under the bus, making private conversations public?
Depends if that conversation was truly a private one. Like they would say that up front. If he brought it up and they said, no, we don't care, and you're not going to tell anyone about this, then yeah, that would be him violating a private conversation. But with Kevin Smith, he is notorious for not caring about private conversations within the studio system or within any productions and stuff. He's very transparent in that regards. At least he has been. I don't know what's going on right now with this stuff. Like what he's doing on Twitter is weird.
I would imagine he sent a message to someone like, hey, can I refer to this? I mean, maybe I would imagine so.
Well, I feel like they're in some kind of damage control here, and that's why
I feel that too.
We got in that article, and that's where I think they're trying to take a little bit of heat off Kevin. Because let's be real, they didn't bring Kevin in probably so much for his writing skills as they wanted just so much they could say we got Kevin Smith working on a fucking He-Man show.
Yeah,
that's what they wanted.
I would never have imagined Kevin Smith being hired for Masters of the Universe.
So, you know, and I'm not saying this is what Kevin said, but I can imagine Kevin behind the scenes going, "What the fuck did you guys get me into?" You know, and and they're just like, all right, just calm down, Kevin. We'll get you through this, right? He's like, I'm fucking trying to sell Clerks 3 and you're pissing off all my fucking fans. You know, I'm sure this is bothering him, or he wouldn't keep bringing it up. You know, and that's what I was trying to say earlier.
It can be bothering him for 2 reasons. One, where he's either caught with his pants down, or 2, he's so desperate to try and tell us what the tail end of that series is and he's so confident that it's going to, you know, mend all wounds, so to speak.
I don't think
I don't know if that's going to be the case right now, but I would be surprised if, say, for instance, we get an announcement in a week or 2 of actual release dates for the tail half of it, and it's a lot sooner than we probably would have expected. Because I don't expect the tail end to be till early next year, but if it ends up coming,
I thought it was supposed to be out in. I thought it was supposed to be coming in like 2 months.
Oh, I thought it was. I thought it was.
I could be wrong though.
I thought it was going to be like October, November.
I thought I saw December at one point, but then I thought Kevin had said something about a couple months, and we'll see it. But I could be wrong. So if somebody knows for sure out there in the chat, let us know if they know
for sure.
Yeah, if there's no actual date yet, though, that I know of.
Yeah, so. I thought there was a bigger window between the first half and the second half once we learned it was being split up.
Yeah, what window do you think it's going to be?
I thought it was going to be in the early new year, like February.
Oh my God, that would be, yeah. Well, you never really know, do you? It seems like weird though but why would they do that? Split it up in 2 when it's just 5 and 5 episodes.
Netflix has very weird decision-making skills when it comes to their shows. I mean, they've been trying. I think they tried to mess around with the release time for Altered Carbon season 2.
According to Kevin Smith, they are ready whenever whenever Netflix wants to drop them. They don't have a date set.
There we go.
And also, I would also submit that it's how many watch the next batch of episodes that determine if there will be more seasons. What do you make of that, Script Doctor? Do you think that there's going to be more seasons here? Because Netflix originally wanted a series here.
Yeah, they did. Kevin Smith has said that there's going to be more as far as he's under the impression.
I think they signed up for 2 seasons initially. Yeah, I think was what he said. Something to that effect.
I suspect that, you know what? If I was to be working at Netflix and in their basically their social media or advertising departments, I'd probably be holding on to those last 5 episodes until the traction of this first 5 starts to dwindle down, and then they make the announcement, and then they hold it off for like another couple of weeks, and then they drop it, just to really try to milk the the conversation as long as they can. So yeah, I would.
Do you think that would have hurt them though? Going off of what you just said though, Script, I think it would be smarter for them now to drop it ASAP.
I disagree with that.
I think they're going to wait till a couple of months because they want to hold on to whatever subscribers are waiting to. You're
right on that part, but I mean,
like again, it's all about the subscription primarily.
I don't know. I think by that point nobody's going to care. I think
I don't know. Just look at I'm honestly surprised at how well the series did. Like here in Norway, like it was like in the top 10 in Norway, and just
it's been in the top 10, but
and just look at like the feelings that this has awakened everyone. It only goes to show how huge the He-Man fan base really is.
it's big.
Granted, it was woken by like the wrong thing. It was woken by anger.
That's what I'm saying.
But it does show. I mean, the worst thing that could have happened was like if no one cared. Like for instance, look at like She-Ra. It made it for 5 episodes. So obviously, it did like over
Seasons,
5 seasons. So it obviously must have done well enough in the metrics and stuff. But it didn't really do any huge
really in the conversation
like that.
comparatively. Yeah.
But this thing right here, I mean, like certainly in our little corner of YouTube, it's as big as Star Wars. And not only that, it's big enough that Kevin Smith has to go on like a separate stream just to like answer the critics and stuff like that, and still doesn't.
Yeah, but
really
Kevin cries if somebody farts in his direction. That's the thing. Like, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, so he must be bloody overwhelmed right now.
Well, that's what I was saying before, and that's where I was saying that's why I see this Entertainment Weekly article is Kevin just fucking panicking. He's like, "What the fuck am I gonna do?" You know, because he's not liking this. Kevin is not somebody. I don't know him personally, but I know enough people that know him to where I can guarantee you he is probably. He posted that thing earlier on Twitter, but he's probably feeling the exact opposite. Like he's probably.
The other aspect to think is that maybe they're going to Netflix is going to hold up because again they know what the last 5 episodes are, and maybe they're just looking at the people that are upset with the series as digging themselves in a deeper hole, and the longer they wait, and the deeper that hole gets. When they drop those 5 episodes, they end up doing, I mean, amazingly well. Perhaps they do exactly what Smith is saying. They would all be like, have egg on their faces, and it's like you jump to a conclusion that was unjustified, and. I mean, and then Netflix looks like, I mean, it's still kind of like an evil tactic in my opinion, but Netflix looks like the people that, we've been telling the truth all along. You just made assumptions and conjecture and said this based on half of the story. I mean, that's I'm seeing like if that's what they think is going to happen. I don't know, because again, we don't know what's going to happen there.
Going back to my initial point then, though, that's why I'm saying where they, and I know to them economically it doesn't make as much sense, but if that's the case, and then that's why they need to drop it now. But not only that, I feel like
it's to hold it off more because again, and if any hater that ends up digging themselves deeper into a hole where they start losing credibility the instant that drops, benefits Netflix in the long run, because no matter what they criticize later, people are going to remember, oh yeah, they said for months He-Man was terrible. And then when it finally was all released, it ended up being this awesome show. Screw them. I'm not listening to them anymore. That's a good strategy. For
you got a point there, but now
exactly. I also agree completely. It's in Netflix best interest to delay at least a few months here.
I still say they're going to lose at least half the audience, whatever they got, because I see the Star Wars reaction already. It doesn't matter, and that's where I'm saying it doesn't. The last 3, 4, 5 episodes could be the greatest He-Man we've ever seen. It's already broken. You already have we have the last. This is where the Last Jedi comes into play, as far as I'm concerned, Andre. You have a problem here where this is basically the Last Jedi, if you consider the original franchise, the Force Awakens or whatever leading up to this. This is your Last Jedi. Whatever's coming up next is the Rise of Skywalker. Because at this point, it don't fucking matter what you put in the last half, because you already fucking ruined it. You already made Teela the most unlikable, unbelievable version of Teela we've ever seen, right? So there's nothing you can do to salvage the character at this point. It's just like Luke Skywalker.
But not on the instant. It would hurt them on the instant drop, but the fact of the matter is that they're probably betting on the overtime. People are going to just, be bored and be like, okay, let's see what the heck these people that are talking about the show say. And you slowly win back other people who may have, not watched it when it initially dropped, but maybe a month or 2 later, or maybe even up to a year later. It's all about, at the end of the day, who is really being honest with the audience? Is Netflix going to be the one that's honest with the audience, or is it the haters that are going to be the ones that are? And I'm not using haters like that's their word for if people are criticizing, not mine, who are on the side of the audience. And it's all about those optics, really. And it's not. I don't think it's very ethical, but I know what I could see them doing that if that ends up being the case. It's like they could say, you know what, to hell with the people that don't come back. We're still in the right because we advertised it was this. It ended up living up to that by those that did watch it. And we will continue to keep on doing it more and more. And how would they feel themselves in a losing position with that type of mentality?
Yeah. Well, and again, I'm not saying that that's not what they're going to do, and I'm not saying you guys are wrong.
Oh no,
But
I'm not saying you're wrong either.
Yeah, but that's what Kevin's kind of saying here is like he was under the impression these were all coming out at once, and that's what he's trying to say through his defense. And to answer the big question of why don't they shut him up, I think the article that we just read is a clear example of why. Because, like I said, they brought him on as a name, so they can't just tell him to shut up. He is actually, even though he's the one who brought this shitstorm on, he is actually the one in the position to say, what are you going to do now? Because he is going to lose his fucking fan base over something that he had nothing to do with in the first place, and they just brought him on as a fucking name. Right? Like, so that's the big thing. Unless he goes out there and he takes responsibility, and that's what I was going to get to, is he could have owned this shit. He could have just been like, yeah, this is what I wanted to do. This is how I wanted to tell this story. And I get it. It's going to rub some fans the wrong way. And I'm sorry. And he could have said it and done it in ways that wouldn't have been so combative. But now he's just doubling down and making it worse. And that's why Netflix can't fucking say anything to him, because they used him in the first place to just try and sell this thing that they thought nobody would have any fucking interest in. And now they're stuck in a position where the only reason they have any interest in it is because he's out there shooting his fucking mouth off to the original fans. So you're stuck in this vacuum of, circle of fuckery. Like,
kind of. With that though, let's hear what you all have to say in the super chats. There's one I can bring up on screen at the very least. Wolfbane says they need to look at the effect on the total franchise, meaning merch, i.e.
Star Wars,
Star Wars and Star Trek, for what's about to happen to Mattel and MOTU.
Well, and He-Man was selling like hotcakes before the show went down. I'd like to see where the sales are now, because our buddy Yellow Flash even posted a picture that we used in our recent video where just before the show came out, the new toys were selling really well in most places from what we could tell.
They're good looking toys.
Yeah, they're great looking toys for the most part. But that was my big question that the other night was, is there two different versions of Tila? Because I was curious which one sold better. But no, there's just I believe the LGB Tila is the only one there is.
Yeah. And Warwolf also wonders, I'm almost wondering if they deliberately leaked the info on the first half of the show just to drum up publicity for the show. I don't think so. I think that genuinely was someone that Clownfish knows that just shared the frustration, like, oh my God, you won't believe what they're doing. Mm-hmm. Because that is, you have no idea how much information that we have gotten that way. Which is basically people that work on something that they care for and is being ruined, and they're powerless to prevent it. So yeah, no, I do believe that.
Our audience member Kitty Bear sent me this. This is a screenshot from his Netflix. He says, "Yeah, it's not trending today on his top 10."
Yeah, and but the things rarely are trending in the top 10.
And I'm looking at mine right now. It's number 9 right now here on mine.
So, so it's still number 9 in the US?
Yeah, it's right between Twilight, Coco Melon, and Twilight.
That's well, still
it was getting beat by Peppa Pig earlier, so
but if that's a new release.
Well, here's the thing with Peppa Pig. I was like, yeah, but Peppa Pig's big, and people are like, really? I'm like, yeah, and then all of a sudden, and then this is just happenstance. I seen as I was going through news stories this morning to look for shit. There was this news story about this new big deal for Peppa Pig because it's so fucking big. So I'm like, see, I fucking told you guys, Peppa Pig's big. Okay, I don't watch this shit. Don't know what it is.
I could have told you that.
Yeah, I know. The kids love it. It's their favorite thing ever. So yeah.
I will also say that Peppa Pig, unlike many other things, is really clever. So it's acceptable for adults to watch as well. It's like parents, they have to watch a lot of crap with their kids that they really don't want to see. But Peppa Pig is actually something that's quite fun for the adults as well. They have like a really cool voice cast and some really clever jokes in there that go way over the heads of the kids. So
yeah. Well, there you go. See, and then Brett Cohen says it's number 6 in Australia. So I'm sure it's going to be different throughout different places. That's another thing we need.
That pretty strong numbers though.
Yeah, we need to understand though, and that's another thing I guess I didn't really stop and think about, is this is a worldwide release now. So that's the other thing. So, and I don't even know if Kevin took that into consideration, maybe, because that's what I'm saying. This goes against every bit of his nature. He has turned down tons of major offers outside of. He'll do like the CW shit, right? Because that's in his wheelhouse.
Well, he's not asked to write; he's just asked to direct.
Well, not just that, but he's barely asked to direct. All he's told to do is,
show
film
up,
these characters doing this. Exactly. Like he has always been notorious one to say, no, I don't want to touch this. It's, I'll write a comic book, maybe work on an episode of a TV show, but I'm not making a Batman movie because I'm not the guy that should do that.
Yeah,
right?
his Batman movie would be Batman and Robin outside the Batmobile just talking for 90 minutes about something.
Well, and he's made jokes like that, but let's be real. No, I mean, he is at least smart enough to go, look, I don't have the skills to do this. And movies like Cop Out prove that. Like, I don't care. I kind of like Cop Out, but it shows the limitations of where Smith can go. Same thing with Jersey Girl. Like, this is about as far, and same thing with Red State. That's the end of his line. Like, he can't go any farther than that, or it's not going to come off very well, because that's where his talent goes. He knows where his circle is, and he knows where he can't go beyond. What made him think that Masters of the Universe was going to be any different than if he decided to take on Superman or Batman or Spider-Man? That's my question. And I guess that presents it to you, Andres. Maybe they just didn't realize how big MOTU was. I don't know. But even that's not an excuse for Kevin to do this and to take this on and take on this kind of responsibility. He should have fucking known better. And the fact that he lied to us as fans is what hurts.
Yeah, that was the worst thing. And then Planar Aspect says Netflix has a live-action Pokemon in development. Oh, there it came on screen finally.
Lovely.
The interface is like just not comparing it. It's not cooperating with me right now. But well. And then going back to the classic super chats. At least trying. Oh, there it came. Moldovan Alin says sent us 25 run with no message, but thanks so much for the support in any event. Maybe the message was redacted, I do not know. Commandant VHS says Kevin Smith is a horrible genre writer, and Master Clockwork says Kevin Smith wrote this for Teddy, though. You got to keep that Spas's taste in mind, not classic Kevin Smith writing. Yeah, Ted BSL is like he's the hidden Horde Prime behind all of this.
Yeah, and Kevin Smith is not a genre writer at all. He's a coming-of-age writer.
Yeah. Michael Miller says for 14 South African rounds, how much of the audience is not coming back for part 2? You know what I think? I think quite a lot are going to come back, honestly. I think the kind of engagement that we see right now, I mean, the people that are so angry that they've canceled their subscriptions, they're not going to come back. But the people that kept it, honestly, I think they'll come back.
We want to make a bet on that, Andre? Like if we can find some way to kind of actually...
No, I said I think. I didn't say...
No. But let's make like a friendly wager, because I think we've seen... I stand by the reaction.
I don't think it's going to be as many, but I'm sure that at least, like, say 80% then.
See, I think they lost half the audience. I think we are at Last Jedi point here. You have enough of this fan base is passionate enough that they will technically because I've had so many people say they've canceled their Netflix, they're not watching the second half, they don't care. Like I said, at this point, it's the last half of this show is the Rise of Skywalker. Nobody's going to give a shit.
But what if the last half of the show is Empire Strikes Back?
Well, in that case, and if people come back in, and that's why I'm trying to make a friendly wager with Andre here. Which one of us is going to wear a wig? I guess.
Well, how will we know?
I know. I said if we can find a way to quantify it, right? Yeah, like if we can't, well, then it is what it is. That's why I said we ain't going to put nothing on the line that's actually like fucking a big deal. But
yeah.
I have this feeling that they have. I feel like it's big now, and it's the talk of the town. So much like The Last Jedi was. But no matter how long it is between now and the second half, I think that the people aren't going to come back. Now, they still may be interested in what we're going to say, like they were with Rise of Skywalker. But like with the box office of Rise of Skywalker, I think we're going to see a 50% downfall, at least.
Yeah, well, we shall see. But moving on with the super chats. The Wall says for $10. Everybody who was a fan of He-Man knew this would happen. A character with that name and not have them go after him? Also, Snake Eyes isn't. It's actually a cheap, crappy remake of Ninja Assassin. Oh, well.
Oh.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Jack Beers says, killing off people and bringing them back in the laziest way. Feels like bad and lazy writing. They did that with Culber in Discovery. Oh, it's not even...
Yeah.
I'll rewatch this 100 times over before I watch another episode of Discovery. So,
right.
Yeah, that was proper woke.
I've tried to forget that. And Jonathan Wilkinson it brings up a good point here too. This is another reason why I think they're going to lose technically half their audience. People are more than willing to go to other means to get it. But if you do, which we don't condone, but if you do, Andre, what should you do?
Well, then you should. Well, first of all, you should not go to any alternative means. But if you do, protect yourself and use a good VPN, like Surfshark. Like the one we use. Yeah.
Wrap your dick if you don't want to get sick, kids.
Yeah. Surfshark that. And then Terev wonders, where is Granamir? Well, apparently nowhere to be found. He would be cool to have there. That's like a big red dragon.
Yeah, well, that was my other gripe the other day, and I brought up a few places here. Is like, okay, you have this show now. Where are all the major masters at? We haven't seen Ramban. We haven't seen, any of the other bigger masters. Manny
Cyclone. I would have liked to see Cyclone.
There's tons of them. Like, where are they all?
Missing.
Yeah, so I was like, okay, so either they're saving them for the end and they're going to be brought in their old, like, grumpy versions, or we're going to get some throwaway line where they died in that great battle we didn't get to see the rest of. Like, that's what I feel like is we missed out on this huge, gigantic war. Like, okay, sure, we saw the final, and I know we got to wrap up here, but, it's like, sure, we saw the final battle with He-Man and Skeletor, the quote-unquote final battle. But where was the rest of it? Where was the battle for Eternia afterwards, right? Because as I just said, you have these two Titans out of the way. You're going to have every other dark element trying to gain control, and you're going to have Eternia just fighting to keep fucking sanity, right? Like, Tila ain't going to have time to worry about her bullshit. She ain't got no time to fucking bleed. Yeah. So... Yeah, anyway, let's get through these super chats. Yeah.
John Miller says Kevin clearly never watched the episode about lying or the episode of making promises that you don't intend to keep. Yeah, no, evidently he did not. And Mark Whitener said, is Universal even interested in doing He-Man? Well, they don't have to be because they ultimately have the rights. They could just license it and collect the money. That's all they have to do. Yep. And then Moldovan Alin said, here comes the message. Sorry, had a message. Getting used to the super chat. Oh, well, thank you for the support. And here we get to it. Tragic Heroine, Kingdom Ashen of the North on Netflix. Past year, Asian/European shows were the go-to. Most shows from Hollywood woke garbage. Yeah. They kind of are. So many more people are discovering Asian and even European shows because increasingly there's good stuff coming from there. Actually, there's always been good stuff coming from there, but they're even better now by comparison as more and more American stuff kind of go the way of the propaganda. So yeah. And then Lucas Bachman says for $10, thank you so much. Andra is actually a Marvel MOTU character. The DC 1980s comics would be radically different from Filmation. I really don't think this deserves the outrage. Well, it's not just Andra. I think very few people are upset about Andra in particular. It's the whole, it's all of it, and it's everything that Kevin Smith said that it wasn't going to be. And Paradox Guy says for £1.99, people are watching and reviewing the 87 film Masters of the Universe.
Oh, we need to do that. We were going to do it for the 30th anniversary, and we just never got around to it.
Yeah. Well, there's a new chance for the 35th anniversary next year.
Well, regardless, now it just doesn't matter. Anniversaries be damned. But look at this. Ryan Johnson had to get involved.
Oh, really? He did? What did he say now?
He said, absolute brilliance. Do not sleep on this, USA friends. And he retweeted Kevin's, and this is one of the funny ones. He picked the one where he's showing off the cereal and the candy bar and shit. All the stuff with He-Man on it in a show that doesn't have fucking He-Man in it.
Good times.
Oh, sorry. I I had a moment.
Yeah. And now, when you have had that moment, let's move on with the super chats, because we have a few more to get through here. Actually, quite a few more, which you appreciate. Son of the D says for 750 Icelandish krona, making Tila quit the royal guard because people kept a secret from her, ironically, makes her a weak female character instead of a strong one. Yeah, I absolutely think there is something to that. HyperGyver2 says for $5, I wish Mattel would give the 2000X toy
I guess
line
the Ryan thing
the
was fake.
classics makeover with more articulation and accessories. Imagine the money they could make. Well, actually, there's only somewhat limited toys in the classic toy line, especially now that it's defunct. And you did get some things, like for instance, you got the King Grayskull toy in classics, actually started the whole thing, and you got Keldor. So yeah, there are things from 2000X in the classics.
Well,
line.
here's the thing where I was telling you about the comics. Here's the thing. I think a lot of that was taken from the comics and crossed over, and that's where I think they're able to do. Mattel's able to do things that is in the comics, but that's it. Otherwise, they have to do separate licenses. And same thing with, that's why like Super 7 had to go around certain ways of doing their things. And yeah, I think there's something to that. I think that there's a connection somewhere between there, because a lot of the stuff that the deeper lore about Keldor and stuff is actually from the comics, not so much the series.
Well, yeah. Well, it's part of the canon, but
well, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
This is where it gets complicated.
Well, that's what I'm saying is I think that the 2002 series took more inspiration from that as opposed to we're seeing things from the 2002 series, and that's why I say that the Keldor. I bet you $5 if you compare that Keldor to the original, to the 2002 series, as opposed to what he looked like in the comics. It's the comics version.
Oh, he was never seen in the comics. There's only one appearance, and that is the 2000X series.
You sure he was never in the comics?
He was never in the comics. He was referenced by name, but he was never shown.
Okay.
The first time we ever saw Keldor was in the first episode of the 2000X series.
That's where I learned it. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah. I had no idea.
Well, yeah, but did he ever show up subsequently? That's my point.
He's shown up in the DC of comics from DC. Yes, he has done
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
but the image is from the 2000X series. That's like what Keldor looks like.
Yeah, but did the comic book use him as well in the similar image? Is my point.
Yes,
that's
after the fact.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. Since this thing, that's what I'm saying, is since he appeared in that form in that way, they can use it. There's like this. Somebody was telling me some stuff, and I'll get into it later with you at another time when we have more time, Andre. But yeah, I think everything that Mattel can do is link to what's in the comics and only the comics.
Yeah. But we have quite a few more super chats to go through here. So The Wall says for another $10, one thing everyone forgotten to mention: the God's Emperor of 40K in the Games Workshop properties is actually modeled on King Grayskull. They stole that IP for their product. Oh, it serves them right. I mean, Mattel have been stolen things left and right as well. I mean, just look at Conan in this series.
Well, I think he's saying that 40K stole from He-Man.
Oh, yeah, that's what I mean.
And
He-Man has stolen so much from other places that freaking serves them right. Nicholas Horton says for £10 MOTU 2002. What was planned for the second half of Season 2? King Hiss regeneration, Snake at Arms, Clamp Champ Skeletor versus his rematch, followed with the season finale involving Faker. Yeah, it was going to be epic. And then Hordak was going to come back, it was going to win, and yeah, it's all kinds of awesome stuff. And then the Masters would have to go underground and hide in season 3. It was going to be, amazing. Yellow Flash 2 says, it's Ma'am. She-Ma'am. So, yeah. And Golgo 13 continues with that, She-Ma'am and the Masters of Soy. Andre and Tom, what was done to MOTU is unforgivable. It is because of that I have fully embraced anime.
Oh. Heard that from a lot of people, yeah.
Yeah.
And to go back on your point about the Hordak, man, why is he not here? Because they can technically use him.
I don't know that they can.
Because I think they can. Because I remember.
No, I don't think they can.
No, that's the one thing that crosses over.
I think it doesn't matter. I think that they can get away with Hordak in comics. They can get away with him in toys, under doubt. But in actual entertainment product, Hordak belongs with She-Ra, and She-Ra is separated from
that I know, but I thought
never shall the two meet. I do not think that they can use Hordak.
I
hope to be wrong, but my understanding is that Hordak forevermore is off limits in any future He-Man series, whether it be live action, film, or animated, unless a separate licensing thing is made. But he is under the She-Ra license.
That I know, and that I knew, and again, I'm not arguing unless you probably know more because you went deeper. But my understanding when I initially uncovered was that it was like the Fox and Marvel deal and Disney
only for some things. That means they can get away with it in the comics. They can get away with it
because the toys. Yeah, because I got the toys.
Yeah, but
they've also done some She-Ra toys, so they had to have done a separate license for them anyway. So that could be very possible. You could be right on that.
In the toys, then he's like, under doubt, because and the only reason for that is that Hordak and the evil Horde, they were part of the Masters of the Universe toy line, not the She-Ra toy line.
Well,
for that reason, there's a precedence, which means
and that's where I said, there's where the Disney / like a Fox deal comes into play. Like I was saying, is like, there's certain characters that cross over, or even the Spider-Man deal where there's certain characters that cross over. But you might be right, because now that I think about that, in the Origins line, I don't think they've done a She-Ra. I think the She-Ra I have is from the Classics line.
Yeah, she's
and I think classics. They only did She-Ra,
and even that was under doubt.
I can't remember if they did any other characters from She-Ra. I think they only did her in that line.
And I don't know that they were supposed to do that. I think that happened because some people were sleeping on the job and didn't really figure out. But they got away with it to the benefit of fans everywhere. But Hordak comes in on the She-Ra side of things. So do not expect Hordak to suddenly show up in this.
Well, and I know the toy side of things can be shady. Yeah. Because they'll go off this thing unless the toy's like this huge hitter, depending on how they release it, a lot of times they won't even bother. Like that's kind of my understanding, and I wish Michael was here to help, either get in on this because he would really know more about this. But because that was what I was getting to, like the quote unquote He-Man movie toys that I think Super 7 or whoever it was that brought them out a couple of years back here that I have. They're technically not the movie ones. They're called I can't remember whoever it was, the artist who designed the shit for the movie. They're called That Collection, his name. And if you look at them compared to the movie, they're close, but they're actually recreations of his original art. So they paid him for his art that he technically owns, evidently, or whatever, as opposed to going to Warner Brothers, because it would be so much harder to go to Warner Brothers and get the rights than it was to just get the close rights. Same thing with why the face doesn't look like Dolph Lundgren. That way they didn't have to have Dolph Lundgren sign off on his likeness.
Only with Universal in charge, they would have her be able to do a He-Man She-Ra within the same property.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Once they revert to Universal, that's when things probably change. But moving on, because that'll be in stuff in the video, I'm sure. So, yeah.
And then Jesus Ramon said, this was wrong. It was wrong how Kevin hyped the new series. Then we got crap. That's not fair. That was bad. And DJ Casey says, for €10.99, thank you so much. I think Clownfish deserves an apology. They handled the leak really respectfully out of their love for the franchise. It's bang out of order how Kevin Smith used them as a meat shield. Yeah, that's what he says. Rambam 3000 says for £5, if white people can't learn martial arts, explain Chuck Norris. Oh, Chuck Norris probably never existed, according to these people. Peter Noble sent us a £1 super chat with no message attached, but thanks for the donation. Shum says for $5. Looked at doing a raging nasty guy from Austria ruling Germany during World War II video with lines from his live stream, but realized concentrating down a 2.5-hour raging that guy live stream was worse. Yeah, good luck with that. That's going to be a challenge, and I don't think it's quite appropriate. Also, to be honest, let's keep it in perspective here. Brado Jacko says for $2, grill door was awesome. No budget for floating Orko. Yeah, well, if
there was no budget for the movie, awesome, period.
Then yeah, good for you. Personally, I did not think he was awesome in this life. This was me.
Superman 4 and Masters of the Universe are like Exhibit A and B for money laundering in Hollywood in the 80s.
Yeah. The director of Masters of the Universe had to spend his own money for that final dark fight scene.
Yeah. And Tanaru says for $9.99, the old series had a lesson to be learned and a small discussion at the end of every episode. What was the lesson we learned from the new series? So many missed opportunities. Colossal letdown. Yeah, kind of was.
Well, and those were. I'll just say those were just there so they could get past the parents groups. You got to have a lesson kind of thing in every episode. Yeah. So that's why those are there.
And Kostas Lavranos says for $20 Canadian, his claim that Netflix doesn't care as this just generates views rings hollow and is destructive if true. I don't know that that's true. We'll see how part 2 fares before we make a judgment on that. Willie Woodward says for $4.99, I disagree. If Smith said nothing, people would have considered it an admission. Best to say I can't say anything, because no matter what you say, it's news. Yes, exactly, and that is why the best course of action would be to say nothing, because he didn't have to say anything. It wasn't like that he was in a room and people shoved the microphone in his face. He was at home, and all he had to do was not respond that Twitter message, and things would have been, well, the series would have been every bit as bad, but he wouldn't be in the same heat that he is right now. Jack Beers says for $5, actually, or he wouldn't be in the fire, I should say, and heat means something else. So he wouldn't be in the fire that he is in right now. And Jack Beers said for $5, the biggest red flag was when he disabled comments and chats. His Comic-Con Q&As, they literally disconnect the mute pedal for his audience. So, yeah, that's a good point. And then, Tom, you have to introduce Rod.
Rod Thunderheart
says for $5 Canadian. Hail Andre, Tom, and Script. I honestly don't think Triclops would be smart enough to start a cult truthfully. It bothered me how magic only came from an orb. Well, actually, that's kind of true to canon. And Triclops, he's the engineer. He is the evil equivalent of Man-at-Arms, and he always was. Like, he's the guy who fixed up Trapjaw after Skeletor kind of messed him up.
He built some of the vehicles for Skeletor too, doesn't he?
Yeah, that too. So no, he's the Man-at-Arms. So he's the guy who's an engineer and into technology, more so than anyone else. I mean, magic is what made him blind. Technology is what enabled him to see. So yeah, that's actually very much in character. And then we have, let's see, we got this one. Ram Bam 3000 says for £5. There's a saying in the military: you don't have to like it, you just have to do it. Also, Tila should understand, need to know. Yes, very true. Gerald Armstrong says Skeletor to Kevin Smith. Skeletor to Kevin Smith. Come in, you lying boob. Yeah, that's something.
You lying boob. Yeah. Come tell me some more of your lies.
And then you have to introduce our good friend Rods one more time.
I'm doing He-Man voice. Rod Thunderheart.
Oh, nice one. And he says, I saw on my Real Ghostbuster special features that many of those who worked on He-Man moved on to the Real Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
They modeled the moody music and backgrounds. Yeah. And the music was actually repurposed there as well. It was actually written for the Mysterious Cities of Gold. That's where much of the music in He-Man came from, because it was the same composers. Shuki Levy, or I do not recall the name, but it was like Shuki something Levy, something like that. And they're so good. My God, they're so good. Such talented artists. Unbelievable. All the amazing themes that they did. But in He-Man, they reused quite a lot from the Mysterious Cities of Gold.
That's not abnormal to a lot of productions, though. Especially.
Yeah. And then Jesus Ramon sent us $5 to get Andy out. And yeah, well, we got him out, so money well spent. and David Marsh says for $5 Canadian, hey Andy, glad to hear you pushing back with your opinions. And yes, we need people to we may not always agree 100%, but at least we can have a discussion and a debate, and that's the beauty. Stephen Otten says for $5, between the woke agenda and 25% differences, I'm really worried for Dune. If it's another bait and switch, that will be the last straw for me.
And the names you were looking for before are Haim Saban and Shuki Levy.
Yes,
that's
what
Shuki
it was.
Levy.
You what?
Yeah, I know of Shuki Levy. Yeah.
You know of, or you know personally?
I've met him twice. We don't have phone numbers though, but no, I know of him, and yeah, I've had the privilege of hanging out with him for an afternoon.
I'm listening to
Orko. If you ever meet Levy again, you have to let him know that. My God, he's amazing.
Oh, I will for sure.
Because so good.
No, I met him 2009, I think it was, and then when I wrote my take on a Power Rangers thing, I sent it to my agent to send to him before it went over to Lionsgate, and never heard anything back from that. Like so many writers were pitching their own take on Power Rangers for that film.
Yeah, I can imagine. And then our good friends over at Orville Nation said, why do so many in the nerd community give Kevin Smith so much nerd cred? Never understood it. He should not be a showrunner. And I agree, he's like a weird choice. Of course, I see he built himself as like one of us. So I can kind of see that.
It depends on what you're talking about. Like certain things, yes. But you see, Kevin he's not the type of guy who you bring into work on these kind of characters. Like oddball characters, yes. Like if you wanted him to work on, like, say, the Tick, or something like that.
I totally see him work on the Tick.
Exactly. Like he's perfect for that kind of thing. He understands superheroes, but he's the guy who has people in his movie talking about the thing's fucking dick. And if Superman would blow a load through some chick, right? So this is not the guy you want telling, even though he knew. I mean, again, we brought up Superman Lives, not to go on a diatribe because we got super chats to get through. We got to wrap this up, but and he even knew back with the thing with Superman, he was compromising from day one. Like he knew he was telling a bad story. He sat right there and would tell us through his retelling of the story, where he would tell John Peters, this is why this is this way, or this does not work because Superman wouldn't do this, or because he has a Fortress of Solitude, why would he have this or that? He was the guy doing that. So to me, he should know better in this instance. And again, he should know that this is not anywhere near his wheelhouse. Even if it's just to kill people off, like he said, it's like, oh yeah, I can do that. He's just trying to be his funny, fucking charming self, and it's coming off basically disrespectful. And I don't think he realizes that.
Yeah, no, probably not. He's really,
well, and I think that goes with, he's got the same mentality that Andy did coming in here, and that is, it's just fucking He-Man. And I'm not mocking Andy, I'm mocking Kevin in a sense that, like, yeah, it's fucking He-Man, it's for babies. That's what he said.
Yeah, everyone that wasn't personally affected by it has that attitude.
Exactly.
The problem is they don't know how they come across to the people that do have that affection for it.
All right. And I saw the same thing when they announced they were remaking Buffy. Then the woke media understood how we felt for once, because there was actually some people in that circle
or when
that
they
we're
messed
fans.
up Game of Thrones.
Yeah, Game of Thrones, another great example.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Nina, how you doing? Says, I think he completely realizes that. That's why he doubled down on his tweet today. Maybe. We shared that tweet, yeah.
Speaking of, Silver Nova says, Kevin should only say one more thing to the fans. I have failed you. I have failed you. Then he should go into exile. And the Guy Good says for $5 Canadian, I'm tired of the Tila was always in the show straw man. The issue is He-Man is dead in season 1, and Tila doesn't act like Tila. The King too. WTF is this? Well, yeah, it's completely out of character. And Stephen Alton said for $10, Andy, we are upset and bothered because this is part of a pattern of behavior we're seeing out of Hollywood. Agenda politics have spread like cancer through everything. This will not end well. I'm sorry we didn't get to bring this to Andy directly. However, I do think that he got the gist of this in his debate with us. SN441 says, I believe Kevin when he says LGBTla will not hold the sword because I believe He-Man will reforge the sword into a pair and give her half.
Well, she technically did have the sword in her hands, but it was covered. Yeah. But anyway.
And Mark Whitener says, why does Andy always defend corporate Hollywood? And yeah, I'm sorry we didn't get that question to him. I would have liked to do that.
Well, Andy does come from a little bit different place than some of us do, and I'm not trying to make any excuses. But I will say that, like, I'm sure he does have a little bit different insight or point of view from some of this. And again, like I brought up before, it's like I do understand Kevin Smith's shilling for shit, right? The shilling part doesn't bother me. You're going to, at some point, have to do something like that for almost any kind of job you have. There's something you'll eventually have to do with, like, you'll be thinking, this is why I get paid, because I don't mind doing the other stuff, but this is why I get, you know what I mean? Like, and that I have no problem with. But when he's out there doing what he's doing now, that's beyond shilling. That's a sellout. And he's blaming the fans. So
yeah, now you're talking about Kevin Smith, to be clear.
Yes, Kevin Smith, not Andy. Yeah. I'm just talking about where Andy's coming from, where he can see the other side of that a little bit more, maybe because he knows some of these people a little bit more personally. But I don't think that's an excuse necessarily. But it is important to hear the point of view. But that's where I think that article came out of. Clearly, Kevin knows he fucked up, but he's never going to own that. He's never going to apologize. Clownfish TV got the closest they're ever going to get to an apology. That is the closest they're ever going to get. I don't see Kevin breaking down and giving them or the fans any sort of apology.
Yeah, it's never going to happen.
No.
And moving on, Esti Ravana says for 10 Brazilian real. Thank you so much. MOTU Revelation tries to portray Tila's indignation at not knowing Adam's secret identity as being a bigger issue than the fact that Queen Marlena and King Randor lost a son. I hated it. Yeah, we all did that.
And she lost one of her best friends too. I mean, it's so weird. That's the way they did that.
It's unfathomable how they could do that. And then Grim Undoing says for $4.99, the lie was that Adam was a hero, not a mass murderer. Why is Tila treating it like Adam was a total different person than she grew up with? Well, because she didn't understand, because they wrote her as completely butthurt and they did a shit job writing her. That's why. There's no reason to try to explain it any more than that. They botched it in the writing room. That simple.
Yeah.
And then, Tom, you have to say Rod one more time with the He-Man voice.
Maybe well, before I do real quick, I just want to say to Mecca J here, he goes, wasn't Smith selling out by shilling? I feel like there's a difference. There's a line, right? Because a lot of times when you're shilling, there's a subjective nature to it. In this, there was a very subversive nature to it. That's where I feel like selling out is subversive, right? Like when Kevin Smith goes out there and cries about The Last Jedi, he has no investment in it. He's just shilling for it. In this case, he has an investment in it, right? I don't know if that makes a big difference or not, or makes a point to what I'm saying, but I don't know if Script or Andre can explain it better than me, but if not,
I can't, but we can move on with
Rod. You want a Skeletor? All right. Rod Thunderheart is no boob.
And he says, pride and learning are incompatible. A proud person cannot learn. A humble person is willing to listen and learns much. Quote by Shi Gong. Axiom by Shi Gong. Yeah, very true. And Darius Munchausen sent us a popcorn super sticker. So this would be when we were debating Andy. The Legion of Reason says, He-Man was dark-fated. That's what makes it woke.
Yeah.
House Atreides says, tips my hat to Midnight's Edge. This is why Midnight's Edge is my favorite pop culture channel. You guys try to show both sides of an argument. Great journalism. Oh, thank you. We do try. And Willie Woodward said, Mr. Signord, while I haven't seen the show, however, from what I've heard from people, is how Teela is portrayed is why people think it's woke. And yeah, we did go over that with him. Michael J. Cassidy said, easy to miss at the end, despite Adam being present. Teela was carrying the reunified sword instead of giving it to him. Yeah, I noticed that. Mm-hmm. And T. Neil 89 says for $10, I would argue that wokeness and offensively lazy or poor narrative choices are more or less inseparable. Furthermore, I posit that a distinguishing feature of it is to be obnoxious by design. Yes, we got that one. It's very good points. Adam Wofford says, they wrote Teela like Captain Marvel, one-dimensional character and no one likes, and it would be better if the movie was about everyone else but the main. Yeah, good point all around. Geeko Logi says for €5. When you kill He-Man just at the moment he's supposed to say, I have the power, it's toxic feminism. And Warwolf pointed out, don't forget Horde Prime. Yeah, Horde Prime is like the big people behind all that. And then we got this one. Well,
that's what makes Skeletor like he's a gray bad guy. I mean, he has a past with Randor. Plus, if you look at it, he's kind of the only one keeping the Horde off of Eternia. Because that's kind of the deal they made is like, you stay the fuck off Eternia.
Yeah, kind of. Otherwise, they would be dealing with Hordak there too.
Exactly, yeah.
And Wolfbane says for $9.99, single-sided deconstruction of an IP, often that deliberately misunderstands the thing it's deconstructing in order to plant your progressive flag in a franchise, are woke hallmarks. Yay good, says for $5, there are degrees of woke. Being less woke than Batwoman does not mean you still cannot be called woke. Yeah, this is a very good point
true.
There. Yeah, that's very true. Wolfbane. Oh, there's a prediction from Wolfbane. We got that one. Fear Sundown said for $3, Adam's lack of arc equals complaint on female characters. Vessel of Amala says for $10, what if Teela went on a murderous rampage after Adam's death, and Duncan tries to stop her from losing her humanity.
There you go.
Adam learns from his predecessors to be a better He-Man in combat and spirit.
That's kind of what I was getting at. Is like, yeah, she would. Yeah, I don't get the reaction there. Like, she would not do that, and her duty would, and her just, even though, yeah, she would be hurt by being lied to. I still think that the grief would overtake her, and she would go on, as Quentin Tarantino put it with Kill Bill, a bloody rampaging, quest for revenge or whatever, it kind of thing. And yeah, you're right. Man at Arms would have to probably hold her back.
Yeah. And then Rama says for 100 Indian rupees, I agree with script on Teela being horrifically defeminized. Have you seen the image of Teela with her hair removed? She's literally a guy. And yeah, I saw that on Twitter.
Oh, yeah, I saw that too.
I was not pretty. Adam Wofford says, I think there was a comic series where He-Man became king and killed Skeletor and turned bad. I think it's from IDW Comics called King He-Man. This one is new to me. I don't think that IDW ever held a He-Man license. I think it might be like one of the storylines of the DC comics that I don't recall right now.
Is it like a what if? Is it a what if thing? Or
I
something?
don't recall. But IDW has never held a He-Man comic book license, so I don't think it was from there.
I really need to get up to speed on a lot of the comics. Plus, I need to get the classic comic that's collected from the old.
The mini comic collection.
Yeah.
The 2 volumes so far.
Yeah, I need to get all those. Plus, I need to get the good DC comics run and all that shit.
Yeah. That's absolutely. And Vessel of Amala says for $5. Previous super chat was a suggestion that Ken should have taken. Previous super chat was a suggestion that Kevin should have taken. By the way, part 2. Adam's return followed by the final battle with a now unified front. Yeah, that would be something. And Wolfbane says LGBTla. Yeah. And Miley Mank says for $5. Which writer did the best run for the MOTU DC comics? That would probably be, let's see now. It would probably be the name of that DC guy again. I keep on forgetting him.
Rob David?
Rob David, yeah. Eternity War. Eternity War is probably the best one, and that was him. So, yeah. And then Wolfbane said, you guys skipped the super chat I did before the prediction one. Yeah, we missed it at the time, but we've gotten it now, so we're all good. But thanks for the support and for the reminder. Logan Perkins says for $2, Depowering Adam sounds like the rumor from Clownfish TV. Yeah, they were right at everything, so yeah. And then S. Sharp says for £10, fail to understand why some aren't willing to give these people the courtesy to believe they're actually competent at their jobs, but that their agenda is what creates the failed final product. Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened here. That you probably had a writer's room that could have done really, really well, but you had one person who has a very toxic mix of actually knowing the brand and the history and the canon at the same time as being a born and bred activist, card carrying and all of that. And wants to push some points in there.
Especially have a mixture of 2 or 3 of them, because like let's be real, Biacelli is the one you're talking about, who's a mixture of both. And then you have Kevin, who's woke and doesn't give a shit about He-Man. So you have 2 versus 1. So even if Rob David isn't like this overwoke guy, he's being outnumbered.
I know nothing about that.
Yeah, I have no idea.
What I do know is that his previous work on writing the DC comics has been very good.
That's my point, is he's the only one that we don't know about. And even if still, he's already outranked. That's my point, is he's got 2 against 1 there. So it's between Teddy and Kevin. Yeah.
He's the least important person in this entire equation because he's the Mattel representative, which really means that he should be the most important, but he is the least important.
Well, yeah, because like I said, you already have 2 other people's agendas, and one of them being the guy signing the fucking checks.
Exactly. And Marigo Ann wonders, how do we get Smith to say sorry to Clownfish? Well, we don't. That's as simple as that. You can't force an apology. If you could, it's disingenuous.
Yeah, I was going to say, you wouldn't want a disingenuous forced apology anyway. We're never gonna. He kind of already gave them the best they're going to get, and that was where he basically admitted that he kind of lied on them to a point, even though he claims he didn't say. He tries to justify his mental gymnastics to himself. And then basically says, yeah, I just used them to take all this heat off of something else. So it's like, really, does that make it much better? You know, going back to the point I didn't really get to make with Andy is, no, it's not okay for Kevin to do that. It is not okay. It would be just like me going and pinpointing somebody out in the chat here and just deciding to go after them because they said something about me. You know what I mean? It makes no sense whatsoever.
Yeah. But we have a few more super chats to go through here. Adam Wofford says, hey, here a better female lead. Anime Mimi movie. It's Taco Bell's commercial for their nacho fries anime short. It's better than the new He-Man show. Well, I've never seen it, so I know nothing about that, but I trust that the Taco Bell anime is better. So, yeah. And Wolfbane says, it's not just how many people
I've
will
seen
watch
those
part
ads.
2, it's how much movies either to customer shelves or to the dollar store. Hashtag without respect, we reject.
That's a good point because Mattel is behind this, and so let's be real. They're ultimate, and even more so than a lot of times. Yeah, the whole point of these is to sell plastic. In Mattel's case, it's even more so to sell plastic. So as long as the toy sales are fine, I'm sure they didn't going to give a shit. So let's see how the toy sales go after all this now.
Yeah. And Brado Jacko says, please defend Gwildor. He's great plus a needed cost save. I don't know.
I don't mind Gwildor. I mean, I don't hate him. I understood at the time why Orko isn't there. So I mean, I'll give some love to Gwildor.
I don't hate Gwildor. I just don't like him.
I had that was my first figure I ran out to buy after seeing the movie. There you go.
Yeah. And then Mariko Ann points out that Andre She-Ra was 5 episodes per season.
Well, that's the DreamWorks one?
Yeah, the DreamWorks one. Actually, I think it was like 13 episode seasons or 10 episode or something, wasn't it?
Well, whatever it was, they made an overall deal to begin with. It didn't matter. It was a specific episode season amount, and then I think they split it up, or it was for a specific amount.
Yeah, but here's like the thing: it was ordered for 2 seasons right off the bat, but everything beyond those first 2 seasons, they were made in later production runs, so it was genuinely renewed for that.
Well, the thing is,
it might not have been a huge hit, but certainly it was successful enough for Netflix to pay DreamWorks to make more episodes after the initial ones. Because this I can tell you with 100% certainty: the first 2 seasons, they were made in one production run.
Yeah.
And yeah, they were divided into 2 sequels, but in reality, it was like one because it was like made in one go. But after that, all the people involved, they had to return to make more. And how many times they returned beyond that point, I do not know. But at least by the metrics required to score more seasons beyond those first 2, which was made in one production run.
Right.
It was successful in that.
And on that point, I was just going to say, well, never mind. Just keep going. Never mind.
Yeah, they made 42 episodes.
Well, no, I guess I will say the whole popularity of the show, I don't think really was predicated on the show continuing. I think it was more so a Batwoman thing. Yeah. If you get my drift, I think they could not cancel that show, or they would have never. It got such backlash that's the only reason the show got any notice, right? Like it wasn't really that popular, and I think the popularity.
The only thing about it is that basically it was like it was a LGBTQ show.
Yes.
That's all.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Right there, perfect. That's my point.
Literally every single person was either fluid or gay. Every last character.
And that's my point. Doesn't matter how many people watched it because we know the toys didn't sell for shit. And if they would not have renewed it, it would have been them admitting defeat. That's why Batwoman keeps getting renewed too. Let's admit it. It's the lowest rated fucking show in history to ever keep getting renewed.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, that I'm not disputing that. Not disputing that because that seems to be.
So
like
that's what I'm saying. She-Ra could have had 3 people fucking watching it, and they still would have renewed it because they had to save face. At that point, they're spending money just to save face. But moving on. Sorry, I didn't want to get into that whole thing. But yeah.
Moving on. Goatwack says, although stylistically inferior, do you hold out much hope for the supposed upcoming MOTU CGI series, or will Netflix double down on their woke vision? This is a good question. You know what? I honestly think that the single biggest hope that there is for He-Man right now is this CG animated series. Because it's made for young kids, and let's face it, for the brand to continue beyond us, because the people that really love this brand are people who right now are in their 40s, somewhere in their 40s, early to late, but somewhere in their 40s. And no one older really cares all that much because they were too old at the time, and very few younger have had that experience. So for the brand to continue long-term, a new generation has to be brought in. And I think that this series is the best shot at it. Will it be woke? I'm sure that today it's going to be some doesn't necessarily have to be woke, but like some very modern day PC elements to it. I'm sure that there will be. But as long as the storytelling is good and it succeeds in bringing in a new audience, I think all is fine. Because a new audience that become attached to the brand, they will eventually discover what it's ultimately about.
And we actually kind of got some looks. I found these photos of the figures that'll be coming out of the CGI show. So if anybody's interested, real quick.
Yeah, go for it.
I think you've already seen these, but yeah.
I've seen them. Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go, kids. I'm not really digging the design, but like Andre, I'm like, yeah, I'm in that same boat as long as it's mostly harmless, I know it's for the kids and I don't give a shit then.
And they had to move away from the classic design because this is one of the things that actually ended the 2000 series.
Yeah.
It was too true with a design that's very typical of the 80s. It's something that we like, that whole sword and sorcery thing. But that's just weird and off-putting to young generations.
Well,
so I think that the design choices here, like, no, it's not something that I like, but it's not made for me.
To me, I'm not so sure I agree with that, Andre. I see more of the same over-designed bullshit we saw with the 2000 series, but we also see now they're making the mistake of making it kind of like the space age version with the 90s series. That's what I'm seeing here is more of a crossover into that.
Yeah,
but
here's the thing. That was a mistake in the 90s. To us,
I agree. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
It's for kids that are weird. Have you seen the crap?
No, I agree with you on that point.
Today?
But I disagree that the design of He-Man in the 2000 series is what turned people off. If anything, it was the over design. They should have
made it didn't turn people off. But it didn't bring kids in.
Well, I think,
and they changed it in season 2 with like.
I was around with that. I mean, my kid was too young for it at the time, so it was just I was into it because it was like, this is fucking He-Man I wanted as a kid, right? I didn't buy the fucking toys though. Why? Because I hated the designs. I thought they were way over designed, right?
I agree with that completely.
Like, to me, I said if they could have just done like a bit more of a little, just kind of just a little bit of a, basically what they did with this fucking Kevin Smith series. Yeah. Just a little bit of a tweak with what it was before.
I agree completely. Yeah. I mean, that is what would have made it more appealing to us. But in addition to being nice for us, it had to bring in a new generation of kids and have them buy toys.
Well,
and it failed to do that. And if it had gone to the things that would have pleased us, I don't know that it would have been any more successful. And honestly, I think it has a better shot at being successful with these redesigns for today's 5-year-olds that have been grown up on Nick Jr. Paw Patrol fucking bullcrap.
You might be right on that. I'm not arguing that point. I was talking more about the 2000 series, though. But again, I reiterate, though, I argue time and time again, and this has nothing to do with so much with nostalgia outside of just from a point of view of somebody who knows, a little bit about advertising and all that kind of stuff from college or whatever, is that the thing about the initial designs of the Masters of the Universe, they worked. And that's one thing you should not really toy with too much. And I'm using the pun.
Yeah, but they worked at that time. Remember,
I still think they would work now. And that's why I think they're still selling. You might be right, but I think they were designed perfectly. And that's why they captured that much of a female audience too, is because as ugly and certain characters were, the colors and the schemes, the way they picked them, they were very smart about it.
Yeah, I agree that they're perfect. And I also think that
because the toys are like advertisements. But anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, if this series is successful, if the 5-year-olds of today discover this, a few years from now, if they are able to retain their interest, those fans will discover the original and they're going to dig that when they're ready for it. But if you show a 5-year-old today and you give them a choice between the original He-Man design and this new bullcrap, and I consider it bullcrap, but these 5-year-olds, they have been reared on bullcrap. So if you give them the choice between the bullcrap we're seeing here and what we had, they're going to go with the bullcrap. And so that may be necessary to bring in the next generation, and then later is when they'll discover the original version. That's what I submit that's the best chance that the brand has for a long-term future beyond the fans now in their 40s. Because like in 10 years, we're still going to be fans, but then we'll be in our 50s. In 20, we'll be in our 60s.
No, and I'm not arguing that.
40 years, we'll be gone.
No, I get that. I'm not arguing that point at all, but I still, but anyway, it's beyond. But anyway, keep going with the super chats. We don't need to argue about this now.
Yeah. Then Planar Aspect says Netflix has a live-action Pokemon in development. Well,
we got
good
that
for
one,
them.
yeah.
I couldn't care less. Nintendo Powered says for $5, it's crazy how in 1 week Hollywood has ruined 3 legacy media in He-Man, G.I. Joe, and Looney Tunes. Someone in that town has to be archiving all of this. Yeah, that's actually pretty impressive. That's a rough week for entertainment, isn't it? And Paul Freeborn says for $5, this He-Man debacle fuels my trepidation about Amazon's Middle-earth. Sauron was supposed to be destroyed with 1 ring. Looks like he's back. Well, actually, he was back before, because this is like a prequel featuring the far more diverse, both in terms of ethnicity and sexual identity and all of that stuff, Middle-earth than the one that came later. So, yay. Look forward to that. Copper Indio says for $10, Hail Midnight's Edge. The longtime He-Man fan in me needed to hear the discourse you guys had today. Thank you all. You're welcome. And Nicholas Horton says for $5, the robot army Skeletor used in episode 1 were technology salvaged from robotic Horde troopers because they had Horde trooper head design.
If you're talking about like the classic series,
I don't know. The robot army Skeletor used in episode 1 were technology salvaged from robotic Horde troopers because they had the Horde trooper head design. I didn't notice that, but yeah, maybe that's
it is. He sent me a picture.
That's a cool, clever thing though, because the Horde tried attacking Eternia before. So
that's cool. All in the as you see.
And maybe they will have licensed Hordak for use in the series. It could happen. I'd be all for that.
Well, and that's where I was saying. I wonder how that part, and I don't know, like I said, what you've dug into yet for it anyway. But that's my understanding.
Even if it Hordak doesn't come included, but he can be licensed.
Well, if that's the case, either way, because I was going to say, as far as my understanding is, they could use Hordak, they just couldn't refer to She-Ra is all. But anyway.
Yeah. And Commander Ed Straker of Shadow says for $5, KS, or Kevin Smith, looks like trash. Maybe several rounds of chemo or botched gastric bypass surgery, and now suffers from chronic malnutrition. He looks terminal. No, I don't think he's either. I think he just waited for too long in life, and then he lost too much weight too quickly. That's
he went vegan.
You looking quite sickly.
No, he went vegan right after his heart attack. So
yeah. And then he lost the weight sooner than the body is prepared to lose it, and that's not healthy either.
And then he tried losing more weight to play Silent Bob again because he wanted to be the same size he was in Reboot. That's why he went on a 7-day fast before, because he was on the stream. That's the first thing he brought up. He's like, I was just on a 7-day fast and blah blah blah, so I could be in the same weight. Blah blah. I'm like, really? That's that important? I don't think anybody gives a shit but you, Kevin. But all right.
And then CP says, Us Aish Sin was amazing. Female lead done right, and that's ASHIN. I have no idea what that is, but apparently it was amazing, and the female lead was done right. So I'm happy. I'm glad people enjoyed it.
What was the letters? What?
ASHIN. Ashin. Asin. I don't know. I have no idea what it is. It's probably some manga stuff.
Yeah. It's not ringing any bells. Somebody will get it in the chat.
But anyway, if people enjoyed, good. I'm glad. And then Andrei Medelski says for 50 Czech krona, I think, from FNT to Midnight's Edge. YouTube recommended this stream today, and I'm enjoying every minute of it. Cheers to you, gentlemen. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Andrei. Glad you enjoyed it. Be sure to come back. We're streaming every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at this time. So that would be 6:00 p.m. Central European time. So make sure to check back for it every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And then Barnagrad says for $10, is there any doubt that the fan outrage will have a very negative effect on toy sales? How bad does it need to get before Mattel begins to speak up? Since Mattel funded the project to hype sales. Actually, Netflix are the ones that paid for it. for Mattel. They're in it for the toys. So it's going to suck for them if the toys sales don't work out. But yeah, we'll see. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see in the next few weeks.
Well, and that's the thing is Mattel only has an interest in this now for like a year and a half anyway.
Yeah.
So
there's better work for them. And Brado Jacko says, Gwildor's KFC chicken, respect. So yeah, there's a positive word.
It tasted good.
And SDR Red Wolf says, the true question is it worth the Netflix subscription to, oh wait, it's Netflix, the same folk who funded pseudoscience quackery group? Nope. Well, there, answer your own question. And Goatwack says for £5, although stylistically inferior, do you hold out much hope for the supposed... Oh yeah, we got this one already. And and then Wolfbane says for $4.99, Silent Bob won't shut the fuck up since he made it to Hollywood and took that sweet, sweet Netflix money. Yeah, and he really needs to be more quiet. And then, Tom, you need to introduce Rod one more time.
Rod Thunderheart.
And he sent us 2 super chats. The first one saying, also, wasn't Adam also imbued with ancient wisdom when he became He-Man? Not an ancient library. Yeah, he kind of was.
It was kind of like a Shazam thing, is my understanding. So yeah,
but he did have it outside of being in the He-Man, persona.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like he was unaware of what He-Man did or vice versa. So yeah.
Yeah. And he also says, I just picked up One Punch Man anime. I highly recommend it. Absolutely hilarious and dramatic. Yeah, One Punch Man must be amazing because everyone keeps talking about it.
Yeah, I keep hearing about it.
Yeah, and then Brado Jacko says, breaking. He-Man in Season 2 changes his name to Carl and lives in a cabin in the woods and realizes he might be gay. So yeah, we'll see what happens with that prediction, Brado Jacko. And Master Clockwork says, sounds like we all were for Tila spilling some blood. Sadly, we got Tila on the rag. Granted, she's no MOM, like Mother of Madness, like Amelia Clark's superhero comic of like the period superpower and armpit hair web swinging and stuff. So yeah, it ain't that bad. And Mario Pilote says for $5 Canadian, Salut la gun. Here's a little something for being our voice on those subjects that matter to us. Well, thank you so much. We really appreciate you being here, watching us and supporting us and allowing us to act as your voice in these matters. We do our best and to make you heard throughout the entire process. And then we have a few more here. Prince Thomas Vlogs says for 100 Indian rupees. I'm from India. Grew up watching the original He-Man. Just the opening credits of the old show is far better than the entire season of this new show. I agree. Absolutely agree. And Perilous Plane says for 100 Norwegian krona. I thought that shaming of LGBTQ plus closeted people was bad, but shaming of Adam for not coming out of the closet as He-Man is good. Secrets are there for a reason. That's actually a very astute observation.
Well, yeah, again, it kind of wraps around in the whole idea of where I said the show itself isn't necessarily woke, but there's woke actions within the characters and woke elements. So it doesn't matter at that point. Even if a part of it's woke, it's still woke enough, I guess. I mean, I guess I can write off one scene or one small character element, but when you get to things like this, it's too hard to ignore.
Yeah. Well, the other part too is like, what inclination would Tila have to suspect that He-Man is 2 people?
Exactly. And then moving on, we have only a few left here if like the computer would cooperate. Ben Robertson says for £5, thanks to extended reruns of old He-Man in the UK, I grew up both with the 80s and 90s shows, and I thought the 90s one was crap. And yeah, I agree. The 90s had really good scripts. but it doesn't help when it looked like crap and it sounded even worse. The Wall then sent us 2 subsequent super chats. First one for $10. The CGI will go extreme woke because they cannot have straight male children get anything. Until executives realize what they've done, they'll destroy it and try to do a remake. It'll barely help anything. Yeah, I hope you are not right, but you very well could be. And then he also says for another $5, I noticed that nobody is playing out He-Man in... I noticed that nobody is playing out He-Man invented the double-gendered identifiers.
He-Man.
That kind of goes with my one joke I play with the Skeletor thing. He-Man, that's a dumb name. Why don't you just call yourself Guy?
It's pronoun. It's pronoun.
That actually is a really cool joke. And then Wolfbane says, everyone should get into Godzilla, both classic and modern, because it's the one franchise that can't go woke. Toho has a fucking tight leash on the IP. Yeah, let's hope so. And then we also got a new member in James Cockett. I couldn't bring it up on screen when it happened, but anyway, so welcome. You are very welcome to check out all the exclusive content that we have for members only.
We hope to have some more. I think we're going to have another stream here soon. And we do crossover stuff with Mead and Midnight's Edge. Oh, and Andre just yeeted himself.
He'll be back.
While we're waiting for him to come. Oh, here he's back. Okay. I was going to say, while we're waiting for him, we can grab the super chats that are here, but he's back. So.
Yeah, I'm back again. Warwolf says He-Man actually means Power Man in Trollen. Oh yeah, there we go.
There you go. That's what I was saying. You'd think that, I get it. Spanish, he's just called He-Man, but like you'd think they would come up with a much cooler name than that. Anyway, continue.
Well, I don't know why. I mean, they call him Musclor in Spanish. No, sorry, in French. In French.
Yeah, that one I saw. That one's pretty cool. But yeah.
And Wolfbane also says, you guys should bring on Lord Longbong of Mewbschlington Abbey to discuss the similarities between Disney Star Wars and MOTU Revelations.
Not familiar with them, but if they see some of the similarities, then sure. I mean, because that's kind of where I was coming from with the whole losing half your audience bit, maybe. Yeah, definitely. I'll try and keep that in mind. Lord Longbong. All right.
Yeah, well... See if that's something real. And John Edgood wonders, isn't Netflix planning a Conan series 2? God, no.
Well, yes, but...
There's a couple of things there. One is that unlike Masters of the Universe, that doesn't have a defender, that doesn't have a brand manager that speaks up for it, Conan does. It has a corporate owner that's very protective of Conan. So, of course, that didn't really help so much with the 2011 movie, but it wasn't woke. You can say many things about it, but woke it absolutely was not. I don't think that you have the same problem with the Conan series. You know why? Because the only thing that you need to get right there is one character. That's the lead character himself. You can make it as diverse as you want by having him travel to different locations. You can have him interact with strong women. It's not going to be outside of character or anything like that, as long as you preserve the character of Conan. I'm not too worried about it, and if my opinion changes, I shall let you know, but until the opposite is proven, I choose not to be too worried about that one, just knowing the protection that it has behind the scenes. And with that, we are actually fully caught up.
We had an amazing crowd today, and I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. I want to thank you all for the super chats and the likes, the shares. All that stuff makes a big difference. I want to thank all those who have made Midnight's Edge Española a big success. Paulie and the boys over there, Mike and the crew, all do a great job. So yeah, I want to thank everybody involved, and of course Script also for being here today, Andy for stopping in for a little bit. Wednesday we have Chris Gore scheduled, so hopefully we'll get to talk to Chris on Wednesday. And other than that, was there anything you wanted to talk about or plug on?
Yeah,
Jay?
well, real quick, we have Toxic Femininity.
Oh yeah, that's right. I keep forgetting it's Monday.
Have you slept yet, Tom?
Define sleep. No, yes, yeah. We'll have Toxic Femininity in just a few hours. Actually, that's right.
Yes. So everyone, be sure to check that out.
Indeed. And Script Doctor, you got anything real quick you want to plug, or you just been working so hard you ain't had a chance? I suppose.
I'm just working so hard. Basically, just trying to figure out the last little legs of the script I'm working on. I believe I might be on a stream later tonight. I don't know the details as of yet, so just follow me on Twitter to see what's going on there. It's been an honor to be on today's show and also talk about Masters of the Universe, which is such a blast to do. Even if it is contentious with the current iteration, I still like the classic show a lot. So yeah, thanks so much for having me today.
Of course, man. You're always
welcome.
And
yeah, so again, thanks to everyone who's been watching, like Only One Kenobi, who always listens, and to Nicholas Horton, to the mods, Naked Fame, and all the other regulars, Natasha, and head of the mods and everything. Every one of you that's here and check us out every day. Be sure to check back again on Wednesday. Script Doctor, you just have a new follower in SRPG Ghost.
And we also had 6 in the chat earlier helping out with wrench, but I think we missed Mr. Tickle Trunk. I didn't see today though, so hopefully he's doing well. Maybe he's just working. So
yeah. And with that, let's have some koalas in the rain.
Koalas in the rain. Koalas in the rain. No fucks given. Koalas.